All right, and we are live. Today, we are live with the Illuvium Inferno. I think it's 14. Remind me in the chat if I'm wrong. I think it's Illuvium Inferno 14, and we have just completed round one. We'll go over through the standings and things in just a minute, but for now, we're about to start the game for the Illuvium Inferno. So, we're going to start round two. There's going to be one match. Top four moves on. Very, very simple. And then in round three, which we'll have come up next, it'll be two matches for a mini round robin. And then we'll move to the grand final. So it will be a lot of fun today. Let's jump straight into it. We're about to get into it, guys. I need to deafen myself. All right, here we go. There we go. The game's up. Looks like it's running pretty decently. So let's get started. All right. Okay, so we've got Brian kicking it off here. He has grabbed... All right, we don't need to put this screen down here. There we go. Okay, let me know if the music is a little bit too loud and stuff too. That would be really helpful. Okay, I'll move this up here instead. Perfect. Okay, I've got all my screens set up. You guys don't even want to know how crazy this, like, all my screens have stuff on it. My fourth screen still isn't working, and so there's that. But yeah, it's absolute mental right now. But yeah, so we're just kicking into the PvE rounds right now. Looking pretty solid here. Let me just check what quality this stream is at. This one's 720p, so let's see if we can find a different player that's got something a bit higher. This one's 720. Brian's is also 720. Okay, they're all going to be 720 for us right now, which is kind of crazy, but it is what it is. We're going with a 720p stream for today's game. Have you seen the new TV series Day of the Jackal? Highly recommend it. What's it about, Nipe? We'll get to the game, but yeah, still say what it's about, or send me a DM or something. I'll definitely look into it. All right. So we've got a pretty standard thing here. For anyone who's not aware, the current meta of the game is pretty clear right now. People are loving running the Scions. Not necessarily alongside an empath clump, but they are really loving running those Scions. I think whoever I had before, Brian the Brave, I think he had sound, so we might watch his instead. Oh no, he's at 30 frames though. We'll stick with balance. He's got the 60 frames. It's going to be a lot better for us. So Scions are being a really big part of this meta right now. We can already see a stage 2 flish coming out from balance, because you can get a surprisingly big advantage from actually going pretty hard for a stage 2 flish. Don't destroy your economy completely, but we can see he's on 0 gold, which means he's going decently for it. And balance, I believe, took first place in the previous round, so we know that he has come to play. All right. It looks like one of the players had a crash, but so many of them are deafened. We might just have to keep going with it. Let's see if they sort it out. Otherwise, we'll keep going. Okay, so it looks like he's got the Tatapi and the 2 Atippos in there. The Apon at the front. He's pulled out the 3 Empath. The sword on the Ranger is a little bit unusual, but it is hard to get some of those early game weapons that you really need. It's not a first-person shooter. Yeah, Quants, that's fair. Okay, let's see if Brian's has audio. Let's see what he's building. He's got like an identical team. He does have the audio though, so we're going to stick with Brian's for now. I don't think the quality is really going to change that much. So in the previous round, Balance did come first in his final. Where did Nefa sit? Nefa came second in his final. We've got Hoshi came fourth somewhere. Saldo came first in his final. So we have a really stacked lobby right here. Balance and Hoshi and stuff are playing really fierce from before. So it's looking really, really great here. It's going to be a crazy battle. Unlike Balance, we got Brian with an Atlas in the front. Double stage 2 Fleesh. I don't know if he's going to go for the stage 3 necessarily. They're very hard to get a stage 3 tier 0, but they can be pretty helpful down the line when you manage to pull it off. I'm assuming Illuvium retweeted this, so I really appreciate it, guys. But this is going to be a crazy good fight today, okay? So the Fleesh doing really, really good work here. We've got a Tatapi up doing good work as well. Tatapi is like, you cannot underestimate that thing. For a tier 1 stage 1 alluvial, it does pretty good damage, and Tianti does pretty well as well, but really sometimes you just need to fill your board with those low cost, high impact alluvials just to get some extra damage in there, because really if you bring it down from like 5v5 to 3v5 off the bat, then you are going to win that match so easily. It's not even funny. All right, so we're gonna keep going with the match. Double Fleesh. I've never really done that before myself. Like, I haven't really hard committed to it like he has, but I'm actually really liking this strategy from Brian. Clearly, it's working pretty well for him. We have 2 players still on 100 health. We know that doesn't mean too much because things can change really quickly in the Illuvium Gauntlet, which is really fun. The Axon with the health and resistance augment, I believe. The CFGD has the attack speed and attack damage augment on a stage 2 fire Tipo. Obviously, he plans on moving that later. For anyone who doesn't know, with the recent patch, you can actually put your alluvial on the bench and you will get the augments back. And I'm actually really enjoying it because the augments are so important in this game. It is a live tourney, Zalith. Yeah, it's a lot of fun so far. A little bit of a rough start, but we're in the swing of it now. Everything's very straightforward here. Okay, so the Axon is doing really well. I didn't notice it until I played a game the other day, but that augment on Axon gives you like something like 350 health and I think 30 resistances or something like that. And it does a lot. It doesn't seem like it's going to do much, but it adds so much survivability that it's kind of insane, especially on an alluvial like Axon. Like, if it enables 1 extra cast, right, then you're getting an extra big thing from that shield. If the shield pops, then you're getting all the extra damage too. So it makes a big difference on alluvial like Axon or Caradulo. I actually really like that here. He's also got the Ryon. Templar actually got like a buff and a nerf. The resistances that steals got a little bit nerfed, but the damage you do with Templar actually got quite a bit of a buff, which is really good on an alluvial like Rye. So I think Templar is going to be really strong nowadays, especially since Fern does such big work against opposing Scion backlines. And so I'm looking forward to seeing this Brian team shake out, but it's looking... He's done well to play for the win streak. He will have to change it up at some point, but he's not really there yet. He's got the 3 win streak. He used it throughout a PvE round as well, and he's got like an insane economy built up. He's also getting pretty lucky with his opponents. He hasn't come up against Nefer or Balance in ages, maybe since like the very start. So he's doing really well here. If Nefer or Balance play each other soon, then it's going to change up the game a little bit because one of them is going to lose their huge win streak. And just let me know if you guys can hear me okay and everything's coming through all right. The music's not too loud. The sound's okay. Just, I'm not quite sure. So just let me know, guys. The Inferno is back to the Jack and going well so far, to be honest. Stream quality is also prime, using same method in collecting streams like you used to do. Nah, it's not as good as before. I'm on Restream, and so we're losing a little bit from the Restream sharing type thing. And they're streaming on Discord, and so it's not 1080p for every player. That being said, it is a lot easier to manage. It's a lot easier for the players, and so it overall works really well. But when spectator mode and stuff comes, I will ramp it up. Problem is I lost my whole instant replay thing because of the way I'm doing it now, which is a shame. I might be able to bring it back eventually, but it's a little bit tricky right now. Yeah, Zohan, I totally get it. I did tell a few of the people that to really maximize the amount of people seeing this sort of stuff, we need to make an announcement in the Illuvium Discord, but they are very careful with the sorts of things they announce in there. And so Kieran and Illuvium retweeted my tweets multiple times, and so following their Twitter is a good way, a helpful way. But I will work with Rich and Kieran on some sort of better system in the Illuvium Discord for sure. It's just one of those things that we'll have to work through, I suppose. Okay, Brian the Brave. Look what he's got. So he's got his Tatapi in. He's got 3 Earth. 3 Earth's great for Scions, or at least helpful. Lifestorm on Axon alongside the other defensive augment. Really, really good. So what we're seeing from a lot of these Scion teams is if you can get your Bulwark slightly better than your opponent, you're at a pretty good advantage. But really, like, this double Fire Flish is actually putting in work right now. Like, it's going the mile. I think, obviously, the big part of this game is going to be how well can Brian transition into the late game, okay? Because that double Flish cannot stay forever. And we need to consider that he's got the win streak, he's got the gold now, he's got the economy built up. But he has to level up so that he can find the late game alluvials, and so he needs to stall out a little bit longer, because one of the reasons Scion is so strong is Squiz and what's it called? Squiz and Duvalef or Alfie are both tier 5 alluvials, so you need to get to that late game level without sacrificing too much HP, and that's why Scion really works really well if you've got an economy built up. If you don't, then you can't really pull it off. Rogues are a little bit easier to pull off without an economy backing you up. All right, we're coming up against a lot of air alluvials today. Air is supposed to hard counter Scions. I don't know how effective it really is. That being said, air does beat water as well, so he's going to get a lot of hyper off that Axon. I think the Flish are going to slow it down, and I think air does beat Earth, so he should get pretty good hyper on this Volante and Kukulus. I don't think he wins this. His alluvials just aren't strong enough. Vandu did pick up the Verminio, though, which is going to help a lot. The Matu at the front as well. Everything is going full hyper on the air side. He just needs to survive long enough for them to all trigger, and he might be able to take out Brian here. You can see just how strong hyper is from this battle. But that Lifestorm on Axon is doing good work. The Matu actually doing pretty good stuff here. Gyro going uncontested right now. It's about to die to the Apon. which is quite surprising. But that Firmino is the Scion killer. As I said before, the air is just too strong for this. Vandu is sitting at 6th place right now. So let's see if he can use this to launchpad himself up a bit, because I think Balance is also building Scion. So if Vandu can build a hard Scion counter, it could be good enough to get him top 4 right now. Yeah, so Jack, that was really unlucky. He came 5th. I'm sure you were close to 4th, man. Yeah, well, we heard from Nil, and I mentioned on the download, I believe that Nil says air and empaths work really well against Scions, which I absolutely believe, because Scions are really good at bursting you down, but if you can heal up all the burst damage, they can't kill you, especially since kind of like Squiz relies on it. It is going to hurt this PvE round for Brian, but he's sticking on 70 gold. He knows how to build an economy. This is really the difference between the top players and everyone that isn't in the top 20. I think Brian's in the top 20. Like, he is a very, very good player. So this is going to be good stuff. A few upsets running in the previous stage. Caveman unfortunately came in 5th. Let's see if DG play, even though he didn't quite check in. Really good sportsmanship there, but really unfortunate on that end. And yeah, just some really great stuff here. But mostly a lot of the players you'd expect to go through, most of them really were the ones that went through. So a few upsets, but mostly pretty consistent here. So the top 4 format definitely works a lot better than what we had before. So great feedback from the community on that one. Okay. So Brian, does he go for the lose streak, or does he keep picking up wins? Unfortunately, this team he's up against, he should not really have a problem taking it out. Like, the Axon here, if that goes hyper with the augments it has, it's going to be practically unkillable. I don't really know what CF is actually building out here. Clearly, he's made it to this stage, so he's not a bad player or anything. I'm loving that augment on the Grocco. I can't remember what it's called, but it's the one that gives you the max health damage. It's one of my the percentage of your max health is dealt as damage. It's one of my favorite augments, and it will really play out into late game if he can make it there. But that's some of the thing. It's like, you've really got to get to that, like, phosphorus or whatever, right? If you want to maximize an augment like that. It works great on Forest too, but I'm just saying, it's like a guaranteed win on like a phosphorus. You know what I mean? So he did manage to get his nimble links to the back line. It's going to take out TNT, but I don't know if that's enough. The Axon is hyper. That's going to be basically unkillable. Lifestorm hyper is going to be unstoppable against the lack of DPS on CF side. Yeah, it's just one of those things. There's some insanely talented players in this pool for the tournament today. So I've missed some of the augments. He's got the 10% stat buff on Grocco and that red augment, which I keep forgetting what it's called. But unfortunately, he hasn't really pulled many Scion-related augments, right? And now, like, I think Bulwarks coupled with Fighters could work slightly better. I don't know, because you kind of need that extra DPS on the Scions to counter other Scion players. Like, Balance, for example, but he's got the daggers on the Ranger, water dagger too, so he should go hyper pretty quickly. I don't know if the Ranger is strong enough to survive long enough for that to work, but should be really good. It would be interesting to see Brian pick up these two Vermilion here. If I wasn't spectating and I was playing, I would totally do that, but he's got the 81 gold. He's probably playing for the next level. He knows he needs to run it down to get Squiz and Alfie as quickly as possible. The Squiz is casting on both of the Fleesh. That is going to hurt. That is going to hurt. His Axon is doing really well. It has gone hyper, but it is not enough. He has the Scarab here and the TNT, so he is going to be able to get the Granite before Nefert. I think that's Nefert. Before Balance can, sorry. I keep losing which player it is. It's my bad. Balance's team is insane. He's got the Flood as well with the insane heals. I think Brian might be playing for second here. He could definitely come back and take him out, but he needs to do some level of pivoting or hard roll down something like a Sin Elf. Like, he needs something to break it open, but the Flood is going to slow him down. See, like, Brian really has a choice. Like, the Scions he has is 100% enough to beat every other player in this ring right now, okay? It just is. The Fiery will help with the DPS, the general frontline DPS a lot, but he has enough to get top 4. Does he pivot anything to go for top 1? It's not necessary, but that's kind of like, that's a part of tournament play here, and we do need to consider that as a factor. If you're in a tournament, you do play a little bit differently. Now, in the grand final, it's not quite the same. You're going for first, it's pretty impactful, or you're going for second, definitely going to help. But for this match, is definitely an element of it where you're just playing a slightly different game when you go through it, and that's how it is. He's got the second Scarabok on the bench. He's got an Atlas. He might just, like, on the side be going for that Axodon. Would be really helpful against balance, for sure. But really, an Axodon, I think, would cement the win even more than something like an Octius, you know? Like, that Axon is already so hard to break. You got such good augments for it. You want to double down on your winners and kill the losers with fire, as Andrew Law would say, and that still goes for the Illuvium Gauntlet. For anyone who doesn't know, this tournament does have a $2,000 prize pool. So, here we go. Boom! Big hit from TNT. Absolutely love watching TNT sparks fly. He's got the Fern on the bench. Fern would go a long way. And he also kind of needs to start stealing empaths away from Balance to give himself a chance. Balance got dropped. I didn't see who he lost to, but Balance lost his win streak, giving Brian even more of a chance to win. Nefer has an insane profile pic there. Carablue might come out here. He's holding on to that 70 gold. I don't normally play that way all that well, but very nice. He's going to give the different buffs over to Scarabok instead. Much better placement rather than on the, I think he had on a Grocco before. And the Ebb's coming in, so he's losing a Bulwark, but he is gaining another Empath. The 2 Empath synergy is going to help his entire team quite a bit. He does have the Poison Scepter. I think it's the Poison. It might be the Embling Rod. Either way, his Ranger is a Scion. Oh, didn't quite take out the Flish, but the opposing Flish did not take him out either. I don't even know what took out those Alluvials. He's getting absolutely killed by Squiz right now. He really needs a Squiz of his own. It is hurting a lot, but he has split his Scions really, really nicely here. And the TNT is going to hit. The Squiz didn't pick up the kill on that one, but he has a Fiery Ox on Nefer's side, so he's not going to be able to take it out with his Fiery. Brian's a little bit subject to some bad luck here, but he's got enough gold to run down and re-roll, like, what is it, literally 35 times if he needs to fill a bunch of things. The problem is if you wait too late, people might get like a Scoriox, and now it's going to be really hard for him to accomplish that Fiery or that Firiox. And so you can't necessarily leave it that late. He is rolling every round, but in this case, he went for the level up. He's got the creep round. See, right now he could buy the Fern to help him get closer, but he doesn't want to drop the gold threshold for his 70. And he definitely doesn't want to on the creep round because he's going to get so much gold at the end of this round. Actually, he might be able to still do it because he'll get the creep round gold first, and then he will get the bump up from there. So that's good too. He's at 78. He's going to get the 15 or so. 12. Got the 12 gold. Meteoric on the board. Harbinger on the board. Harbinger is crazy here. But the Void Reservoir on Omega, I think give her energy or Omega to all of your allies. Which is mentally, he's got the Firex, he's got the Squiz. Does he keep rolling or not necessarily? He could probably go for level 9 at some point soon. But he doesn't need to yet. He knows he's up against a player that's not doing too great in this game. Doesn't have a team that can really beat him. A door on the front line for some reason. And so he's just like setting it up so that he gets the maximum gold possible next turn. He's playing the long game, folks. He's playing the long game. Barriox is Omega-ing now. Going to take out that Gyro, which has a lot of augments on it. Scarabok's going to go down pretty much over at that point. He swapped out the Lifestorm onto Flare. He actually sold his Axon. It surprises me a little bit, but he's getting much better synergies from that Flare. And he has the potential of going for Magma in the late game if he really wants to. Also, not as many other players are probably going for Flare, so that's going to bode well for him overall. I think he does have the Poison Scepter. Does he get rid of Apon? Well, he needs to put Flood in. But the Apon casts frequently enough to really benefit from that Void Reservoir. He really could probably put it on the Squiz since he gets some of those double casts sometimes. Or the Flish, which is going to cast straight off the bat. Rich was doing really well at the start of round 1 and then got knocked out, came 7th. Kieran couldn't make it today. It was his wife's birthday party. So he didn't realize, I don't know, I don't want to say he forgot, but he just didn't realize the dates lined up that way. And so he is unable to make it as well. Or I think he thought he could have done it before the birthday party, but he realized he needs to help set up and everything and stuff like that, obviously. So he just thought better not to take the chance. Happy wife, happy life, right? But yeah, unfortunately he couldn't make it. I'm sure he'll be at the next one, but he is still adding $1,000 to the prize pool. So $2,000 is up for grabs today. Barriox putting in good work here. Once it starts attacking that back line, you got to be careful, but I don't know if he had enough time. Oh, that Moth. Is the Moth good now? Does anyone know? Is the Moth? I've seen it in all the top teams, like when they're running Scion. I've seen the Moth appear a lot. Maybe it's just really good anti-Scion, and that's why people are loving it. Nefer also has a huge Scion build happening right now. Got Poison Scepter as well. But Brian's is looking a little bit different, okay? Brian's built different here. He's got the Fire more of a setup here. He's got the Singe setup. He's got the Bird as the Word, the Fur Knight all set up. He's got a second Singe on the board. He's doing more rerolling now. Doesn't see the value in level 9. Ultimately, what would he really put on? He's got the Granite now. He can place it in front, which is a huge 4 seconds of resistance. Like, you can't even, like, overestimate that sometimes, because if a Squiz casts straight off the bat, it's not going to hurt that Granite. Now, I know Squiz isn't going to target the Granite, but it might target TNT, and it's not going to hurt it. And so you're losing a lot of damage just from that Granite protecting you. Brian's team is pretty strong now. Nefer has a Scoriox. Brian's unlikely to get Scoriox because of that, but he's also holding off Seer from a lot of his opponents. Oh, Scoriox doing insane damage. It's got Blood Hunter, so it is going to get Omnivamp when it gets low. But Brian came really close there, and preserving HP is really valuable. He's also going to move on to the next round, which I think is making him feel a lot more comfortable. Fur Knight's coming off the board. He sees more value in the Matu. PvE round coming up next. Oh, okay. So he's setting it up for the lose streak. Now, Hoshi he could definitely beat Hoshi. Like, I don't doubt that for a second. The Crazy Rogues is pretty cool, though, to see. He's got the Gyro and the TB Ruko. That being said, he's going for that lose streak here. A little bit risky, but he knows he has top 4, so I guess the risk is well worth it here. He's going to go for the lose streak so that he gets extra gold on the creep round and then probably hard roll after that. I really like it. This is like the 1% play right here. He might win anyways. That Singe is pretty hard to kill. Oh, the Gyro doing huge damage there, though. This might just knock him into 4th place. Oh, no. Oh, no. The Goliath is too hard to kill. It's unstoppable. That's the problem with rogues, is they do not do enough damage to break a wall. Fighters definitely can break walls. It takes them a little while, but they can. But rogues just simply can't. I don't know how else to describe it. They just can't break a wall. Hoshi is going to probably have the lose streak for this one, though. Crazy funny, though. I love it. Oh, my God. So good. Who do you guys think is going to win this one, though? I do want to finish out Brian's match, and then I'll go and watch some of the others. If Brian gets knocked out. But maybe Brian will take it. We don't know. But I'll probably watch Nefer if Brian gets knocked. Because I'm managing this tournament, I can't check what the latest Illuvium announcement was. But if you guys want to check, I'd love for you guys to tell me what it is. I'm very curious. Okay. So, Nefer team doesn't look as good as you would think. I don't know why. But the Flood is solid. The Scoriox, I think, is just putting in so much work that it's really carrying him. But if Brian's team ups a little bit, he's overall got a better team. Like, he's got the Granite. You can't really beat out the Granite here. He doesn't have the Fernite on the board still. The question is, does he roll down for, like, his Seer and maybe some more Firies and a few more Squiz? Or does he level up and get the Fernite on the board? I think that Tornado is just so good, especially against Scions. I think you definitely go for that. But, and you also would get the 2 Empath, which is pretty helpful. But it's quite interesting here. He's thinking about it. You ran out of time, unfortunately. They're shredding through the Seer pretty quickly. Brian's tanks are lasting so much longer, it's actually kind of unreal. The Alfie is not down somehow, but it's only hitting that Flood, not really achieving anything. The Scoriox eventually ramps up and just shreds them, though. You can't stop it, because you can't target it with that Sinelf. You're getting some targeting with the Octius, but it's just too late. You need to kill it quickly anyways, because it's got some sort of Omnivamp on there. December 9th, new promo. Ah, right. Okay. He is going to hit level 9, and now he's rolling. Not using hotkeys, though. It's giving me a little bit of PTSD, but that's okay. A little bit of trauma. Getting another Squiz here. Finally gets the Octius. Not on the board, though. It's going to sell the Fern. I guess it doesn't have a place there anymore. He's getting Sinelf on the same round. Is it enough to take out Balance? Balance has a good team. Also worth noting, Balance has the Fernite. So now he's able to go for Blazer Knight. There's that damn Moth as well. It's going to go back left corner and then run along the back line and go to the back right corner. You've got to be careful of that, but he is going to be able to do some serious damage to the opposing Fernite with his Sinelf here. There's a Flood in the middle, and he's got the untargetable energy gain on the Fernite. Nope, he has switched it to the Sinelf. Definitely a good play there. His tanks are just the best out of all these Scion comps we're seeing. A lot of damage, but they're not dead yet. Flood healing. Or it should have been. Then it bugged out. Nope, we're back. Sin Elf staying alive with the untargetable. Very, very funny, but it's not going to be enough. It's just not doing enough damage here. Oh. It is going to drop. Brian is back in it. Brian is back in it. He just needs to find a way to defeat this Scoriox. He's got much more damage on the board now. He's got double Octius. And still maintaining the 6 Scion, which is pretty crazy. He's got the stage 2 Poison Scepter now. It has Enchanter. He does not have any Enchanter on the board, though, so it's not going to help him in that way. Would have been good, though, since his tanks are so strong. Having Enchanter would actually be pretty beneficial. So I wouldn't be surprised if he sees Cooker come up and he considers it. But it seems unlikely at this point that he's going to do that. Really, he just needs to try and avoid doing all of his DPS to that Flood. But if that Sin Elf's targeting the Flood the whole game, I think Scoriox is going to run away with it as well. There's nothing you can do. Like, that thing is just doing so much damage. Because that's the problem with Scions, is they can't necessarily shred down Bulwarks all that great. But something like a Scion, like a Scoriox, which is also a Scion, really can, especially with the right piercing sort of augments or true damage or whatever. It can do some serious damage. The Sin Elf is targeting that Flood. Surprising damage though. He's gonna get the stun on it. The Mammoth, big Omega there. Seer is in the backline now, surviving longer than Nefer would like. The Flood's almost gone, but Sin Elf's not going to be able to cast on it. Octius dying just before the cast, and it looks like he is going to go down here. We're watching Nefer now. Looks like Nefer is absolutely dominating with his Scoriox. He's put it at the front line now. I don't know if that's good or bad, but it does help protect it from the Mammoth, which I think is what he's aiming to do. It also helps protect it from the Tornado, no matter where that falls. Oh, I was wrong. So he just did it for some quick movement here. Flood coming in the back left. Mammoth, big Mammoth, stage 3 here. Not going to have Harbinger from that, unfortunately. Would have been a great combo with Cookalus and Enchanter, though, because it actually also gets Tempest. That's a crazy combo I never really considered. Or Cookaraf, sorry. Oh, the Blazonite is huge. Doing crazy damage. I don't think he had Templar. The Mammoth got thrown. Pretty funny to watch. The Scoriox just doing so much damage, and that is game. That is game. We love to see it. We'll leave it on the win screen for a sec while I put in the results. Just going to quickly get these results happening. Okay. Okay, the results are in. Let's get it on stream. So, we have got our semi-finalist 2 groups. We've got Anubis, Nefer, Hadahama. Hold on. Nefer, Hadahama, Slicks, Furies, Brian the Brave, and Anonymous and H Crypto pulling up in our first group. Our second group, we've got a pretty stacked lobby, actually. It looks like we've got Brew Crew Atlas, Urza, Whitey, Balance, Kryzen, Dr. Spoon, Texan, and Hoshi. I'm definitely going to stream Group M. All right, this is going to be an absolutely stacked lobby. I can't wait to watch everyone playing in this one. It's going to be absolutely mental. This is going to be a fun day. We actually lost quite a few great players in those in the prelims there, which is quite interesting. And so we've got quite a few new people here. Like, I haven't really seen Urza come in like the top. I don't remember seeing him in some of the top things before. Blue Crew I've never really seen in these tournaments before. Crozen, I've never seen that name before in my life. Hoshi I've never seen before. Dr. Spoon I think has played quite a few, but I don't know if I've ever seen him come like, I think he came really high once ages ago and descended, but I don't know if I've seen him in these gauntlet tournaments either. So really great balance here, but we've also got Whitey, Balance, Texan, three of the top dogs in Illuvium Gauntlet right now. And so this is going to be a really crazy heat. Lobby is almost set up, guys. We're going to be into it very soon. Who are we missing? I know you guys can't see it, but we're missing one player. Hold on. We've got Texan. Brew Crew. Hoshi. We've got Balance. Dr. Spoon? No, we got him. We got Hoshi? We got Hoshi. What the hell are we missing? Urza. Oh, there he is. Okay. All right, we're about to be into it. That was really fast. This format where we're only doing it when we've got a small number of players, very helpful for the stream. Let me put it that way. It's a lot harder to manage when you've got hundreds and hundreds of players. So I like this setup. This is good. This is good. I'm very happy with how we're running today. All right, let's jump into it. We've got a 1440 60 FPS stream right now, so we're going to just stick with it. Hoshi, I've never really seen you play, but I'm looking forward to seeing what it looks like. It's not coming on screen for some reason. I'm going to stop screen sharing and start screen sharing again. And we're back. Okay, that was really weird. So we got a lot of Grok. Did I see a lot of Grokkos or a lot of empaths on that little thing there? Absolutely crazy. No, Kieran's wife's birthday is today. Or birthday party, at least. I don't know if her birthday's today. That would be creepy. But her party or something, so he has to make sure to set up and all that, obviously. Unfortunately, he'll definitely be in the next one. But the prize pool today is still $2,000, so it's going to be an absolute crazy grand final, I think. Okay, so Hoshi doing great stuff here. 2 fire, 3 rogue off the bat. Really strong early comp. I've always found that 2 or 3 fire is really good. Obviously 3 or 4 rogue is decent. I prefer 4 fighters off the bat. I think that's like a guaranteed 5 win streak if you can pull that off. With some stage 2 fighters, of course. Like, it's not guaranteed, but you get what I'm saying. Got the Grokko and the Doka from Brew Crew. Neither player is leveled up here. Maybe they're going to, I don't know. But really getting those early win streaks is pretty helpful. He's actually going to put double a Tipo in here. I'm liking where this is going. He's still got the 2 fire good, 2 nature. He's got full synergies, always satisfying when you pull off the full synergies. All right, this one's a little bit laggy. So we're going to switch to a different player. Balance is 720. Brew Crew 720. Spoon 720. Crozen as well. Whitey's 1440. I am curious to watch Whitey play out. He's got 90 HP. So let's see how he comes back from that. I think it'll be a good learning experience for me and anyone who's watching. Ramsey in the chat says one of his girlfriends is coming over soon, so he won't be able to watch much. Maybe it just means like one of his mates. I don't know. It sounds really funny when you put it that way. Or her girlfriends. I can't remember. But yes. Thanks, Ramza. Looking forward to it. Maybe you'll catch it later. Catch the VOD later. So we've got a monk here on Dr. Spoon. I didn't see a single monk here in the last game. And honestly, I think it's one of the best Illuvials in the game. So this is going to be interesting. Got the sword. For anyone who doesn't know, okay, the tier 0 sword is so freaking good. It's actually outrageous. Like, especially when you hit hyper, that thing is just bonkers. Like, 2 fighter, 2 earth sword, really good. If he didn't take the flish beam right there, that sword would have just destroyed these 3 Scions in like 3 seconds. So really unfortunate for him, but yeah, it is what it is. He's got good heals up, but he doesn't have enough DPS to kill the flish fast enough. He has gone hyper. He's hopefully going to get extra healing. I don't know if it's enough. He's about to take 2 flish beams. Ooh, Dr. Spoon's going to go down a Whitey on this round. Keep forgetting what that augment does. I think it does have something to do with gaining energy though, or omega power. Got the water blaster Scion weapon. I feel like there's more Scion weapons than the other archetypes, but I don't think that's actually true. Oh, I didn't even know I could do that. That's pretty cool. Okay. Atlas and Grocko. He's got the double bulwark, but these rogues have gotten straight onto the ranger here. Oh my god, so much damage from Tatapi. And he doesn't have any stage 2 rogues, which is going to make his life a lot harder. The Hyper Bulwarks is good though. Whitey with the easiest comeback in the world. He only really lost 1 game. Who's the Beyond partner? I haven't seen the announcement, Rich, so I actually don't know if the actual partner has been announced. I think someone mentioned Watch, so maybe that's been announced? I don't know. So you guys are trying to set it up so people guess who the partner is? It's, hopefully Rolex? That'd be pretty great. That'd be mental. Oh my god, I would love it. Alright. Nothing announced. Ooh. I can't wait to watch the teaser. I might watch it on stream right before the grand final. Yeah, I might watch the teaser soon. Not just yet, Rich. We're watching this game. Well, I could probably check out the announcement. Hold on. Watch closely. That's funny. Those discs look so cool. Like, I can't even. Alright, we'll show it off later. I'm looking forward to it. Those discs look mad, though. I absolutely love them. Alright. Nah, there's no teaser trailer. There's no teaser. Just a teaser image. Those discs look very, very cool. I kind of don't like how they use red for the partner because I'm assuming it has something to do with the partner's branding. But I don't like it because GameStop was red as well. And so now you're getting a little bit of some similarities. But it's such a vibrant color that you just can't hate it or anything like that. 3 win streak for Whitey now. He knows what he's doing, okay? Let's just say he knows what he's doing. He's always going hard. Watts, potentially? Yeah, potentially. It's a Watts. No, I'm looking forward to seeing the partner reveal. I didn't actually... Kieran showed us a little sneak preview ourselves in the council, but my phone bugged out and I missed most of that as well. And so I haven't really seen it. And I'm actually kind of keen... I had a lot of placeholders too, but I'm kind of keen to see the final one. Like, very, very keen. It's going to be cool. It's going to be cool. I like the ideas they had in mind. Okay, we got... What is that? 6 rogues? No, the Boomerang's a fighter. 5 rogues. Was the Boomerang a rogue? Oh no, he switched the Ranger. He's got 6 rogues on the board. And the little untargetable little one at the back. The rogues wrapping around. Revo going really weird angle there. Not going to hit the back line properly. But really, you love a Dash in these situations. Dash does so well against Scions. I just love to see it in these comps. A little bit underrated. Umbra does good stuff, but he kind of falls off without good Slayer synergies and things like that. Yeah, this is the semi-finals BW Travels. Semi-finals, we've got 2 matches to play for the semis, and then we go into grand finals for a checkmate format, and likely 3 matches there as well. So 5 more matches to go in today's stream. The Omega Power. It's got pure damage, the energy. The pure damage going on Tatapi. I guess you can't really put it on the T0s. Their general attack damage is not very high. Would be kind of cool to add it to ranges, but we're not doing that. But yeah, I guess the pure damage is just waiting for that fiery, okay? The fiery, it's pretty core to these compositions because it's a good way to actually break opposing Scion compositions. And so the pure damage goes a long way in helping you cut through that Bulwark frontline, but you can't do it until you have a Scion attacker that is Scoriox. There's no other Scion attackers in the game. Not really. Would be when they add new alluvials, that's the one alluvial I would definitely add to the game. You need more Scorioxes. You need more Scion attackers. Boom! How to be always doing fun damage here. Yeah, the music is fun. G Hamster got this one for me a while ago. So it's got royalty free and all that. Oh crap, I need to double check if I've got the thing in my description. Yeah, I do have it. Sweet. Okay. So yeah, I'm good. My thing won't get demonetized. We're all good, guys. We're all good. Alright, so we've got triple Grok at the front, quadruple Grok. 4 Grokkos is like crazy town. Like, Texan's a great player, so I'm sure he's cooking. But I don't know what 4 Grokkos does at round 10, to be quite frank. He really needs to swap it out for something. He's got a pretty cool... He's got the double Scion in the back, though. So if the Grokkos can survive long enough, it's enough. But, and they can shield the Flish now, because the Flish damage doesn't go through. He sold 3 Grokkos, or at least he still has the water one on the bench. The water can be more valuable to his Scion comp, for sure. Got the water one on the bench, and a few Fleeches on the bench. He just hasn't been fortunate enough to get them stage 2 yet. Goddamn Hyper Bulwarks, though. You just can't break them. We need Sandstorm. I'll demonetize this thing straight away. Stranger Things? No, it's not Stranger Things vibes. Not quite. I see where you're coming from. It's the same sort of techno thing they love, but like, nah, not even, guys. Come on. There's just so many Grokkos in this particular heat that it's like so valuable. So like it was really interesting with the previous rounds because top 4 moved on and that was it. People were like, "Oh, do we just stop playing at top 4 and just move on to the next one?" And I'm like, "No, play it out." But now it's more interesting because top 4 moves on, but there's 2 matches, and so coming first can mean that later on you could come maybe 5th or 6th and still move on. And so you want to go for those high positions, especially in game 1, but even more so in game 2, because that will actually break the tiebreaker. If you and an opponent both got 15 points, let's say, but you came first in game 2 and he came second, you will move through and the opponent won't. Obviously, that's a weird case because with 15 points, you would both move through, but you get the idea. You get the idea. The second game is the tiebreaker. He's got the moth on the board. I'm loving seeing this moth come out. I guess it's one of the only scions that's not a flish that you can add to the board. Three win streak on the PvE round is going to really help out Whitey here. If Whitey and Urza come up against each other, one of them's going to lose their streak. That's really what the other players are betting on. Dr. Spoon is going hard fighters. That is what I'm talking about. He's got Photonic Unity on his Rye. Got the Maulers. I don't know if he has Templar up. Nope, he doesn't have a Riley anyways. Doesn't have the Riptor on. He has a Riptor on the board, but no Riptorus. So he hasn't completed any of his major synergies yet, but the sixth fighter is still great here, and he's got the Revo on the back. I can't remember if the Mauler's a fighter or empath. No, they're fighter because they would be empath, and that's definitely not the case. So, yeah, he's got the sixth fighter on the board. I like it. He's got to get Firiox on with a really good Firiox augment. I keep forgetting what it does, but I remember it being good on Firiox. Problem is it's at the back, so it's going to take all the heat from Flish. He really needed to try and protect it better. I don't know if he had a better option, but that is really unfortunate there. He needed that Alluvial to break through. But the Axon getting hyper against pretty much his whole team, there's so many fires in the fighter. You need to get that Jokul on the board to stop the Axon. Because you can't let that Jokul go hyper. You cannot. I cannot stress this enough. Do not let Jokul go hyper. I'm losing my voice a bit, so I'm going to drop the energy a tiny bit throughout these semis so I can bring it back for the grand final. Fiery on the board. He's going to get Harbinger. He's got the Harbinger weapon with the axe on. I don't know who it's probably going to... Oh, he's got the 50 Omega power on the Alfie, so every Harbinger death, so the Axon or the Ranger, is going to grant an additional 100 Omega power to Alfie. After one of them, Alfie's going to basically just start one-shotting everything. It's going to go down really quick here. Really, it should be in the corner. You kind of want that the Ranger to go down long before Alfie does, but this is the strategy Whitey has chosen. And the Rogues, the Vermilier is so good against these Scions because not only is it an empath, so it helps heal, gets shields and things, so it reduces some of the damage, does AoE, which you definitely need because they're all in a clump, but it's air, so it gets hyper. It just makes all of its other traits so much better. Verminio, is going to absolutely dominate here if these players can't work around it. True Strike tempo. He's doing everything he can to get this cast speed up on Alfie because he knows that once it gets all these Harbinger buffs, it's just going to start one-shotting all of his opponents. Beam after beam. What he really needs is to get that untargetable energy gain item, and that will be like mental once he has a Sit Elf. Go a long way. Good movement here. I expect Balance to do similar. They've both played the Scion matchup many, many times. Flish doing good damage to that Lynx. God damn. Virtuous Lynx going down. Alfie taking out an opponent. Can't stop the beam after it takes it out, which is quite interesting. So many beams flying on this map today. Whitey is going to take him out, but he lost his streak before, and so he's not quite as far ahead. Urza lost his streak earlier. And Whitey has no econ left. He burnt it for level 8. I mean, Whitey's the best player in the game right now. Or I think Texan might be. One of them's top. I think they're top 2. So we're just going to trust in the process. He's got all of his Fiery Ox augments now. Swapping out Axon. It's interesting to see none of these players keep the Axon on long term. I always thought Axon would be okay. I mean, you kind of need the Axodon to really keep it into the late game, but it gives you the water, which you might need. He's getting it from the weapon. He's getting it from Flood, Alfie. I don't know where the fourth one is coming from. Probably just blind. Oh, he did put Axon back. Sorry, I'm crazy. I was going to say, but when he swaps out that weapon, he might need another water alluvial. Unfortunately, he couldn't get the stage 2 water flesh, and so he can't use that as an option anymore. He's got the Kukarath. Love to see a Kukarath on the board from Brew Crew. Unfortunately, couldn't make it late enough to get the stage 2 Toxic Enchanter, the stage 2 Scepter, which would really have set off that Enchanter for him. Ooh, he's getting the Octius. I don't know how his econ's doing so good after he keeps burning through it, but it is. He just knows what he's doing. Kryzen's going to have trouble against this comp now. I think Kryzen wanted a few more rounds against other players. But really, it's about coming top 5 or 6 and then hoping to do really well next round. In general, since this is 2 rounds for this match. Doesn't look like Kryzen actually has the Verdant set up yet, unfortunately. They really needed that. They do probably have the Wildfire up, though. No Fernite yet. No Blazonite. Oh, Fernite's up. Kind of needs the Blazonite to really maximize that Wildfire, but the Krunk is probably going to do really good here. Arco's heal, I think, did reach, but it's just not enough. The DPS from these Scions. The Fariok's doing well, but he's not enough to kill through this tanky Goliath, especially. Oh, it doesn't have Granite set up, but it's just so bulky and it's going hyper. You need to stop that. You can't let it go hyper because then you just can't break through it quick enough. Flare is a little bit in front. He's really just going to stop these rogues. I don't know how much punishment Flood can take, but if he can stop all these rogues, oh my god, he's going to do so well. But I'm loving how Urza has clearly found something that really works as an anti-Scion composition. And you can see the Verminio is hard left, probably to try and protect it a little bit more, but that Verminio is going straight hyper. He's going to be hyper in about 3, 2, 1. He's there. He's hyper. The T-Ruo is doing so much damage. Holy crap. He's got the Gazotep as well. It's uncontested. Everyone else is going everyone's going different things, really. But that hard rogue comp is so uncontested. Oh, it looks like Hoshi is going for it a bit, but didn't get to it fast enough. He does have a Cookalus, though. But he couldn't manage to get the Gazotep, unfortunately. And the Ranger does not have everything set up. Got the Familiar, though, so if Hoshi goes down soon, it's going to help Urza get that Familiar. I think Urza's going to win this one. This is crazy. People have found a counter. They probably found it before the tournament, obviously, but people have a counter now. So what counters the counter, I guess? It's Inception, Counterception. Counterception, alright. That Flood is it's going down so fast, and he really needs it. Oh my god, so much damage. That Familiar destroying Whitey there. God damn. The Scions have fallen off late into this match. Urza's gonna drop this game though. It looks like they lost it to Texan. Probably. Unless they lost it to the ghost of another player. Quite possible. They could have both lost to Hoshi for all we know. Grit and Resolve will help the Flood a lot, but really I think he needs a different tank to be taking that heat. Flesh up the front is wild, but I'm a fan. He's using that Axon to take some of the punishment. No Granite is really slowing him down, I think. He's got fantastic augments on that Goliath too. But sometimes, when you miss that tier 1 Alluvial, you just can't get it again. It's just gone for now. Scoriox will help him a lot. The question is, can he get it? Oshi, also with the Familiar, has the Familiar, sorry, is the one we saw before. Familiar's going to cast. Axon's doing pretty well. Charm dragging it out a little bit, though. The Flood's not down yet. Survives so much longer. Oh, and Familiar's going to go down. Gorilla doing pretty good damage. Doesn't look like he has Enchanter. A big Mammoth ult. It is not enough. Clearly, removing Flood is the path to victory here. It's crazy games we're seeing right now. Crazy games. Got some really great gold now. He's very close to the Scoriox. He's got the Singe. Scoriox would give him the Magma with all the grit. I don't know if the rogues can break through it. It's clear he's going just for Fiery here. There it is. He's going to get the Magma and the Scoriox on the board. I don't know who let that happen, but Whitey's having fun now. Whitey's having fun. He got so much gold from that PvE round. Double Mammoth is fun, though. I'm keen to see where this goes. Thanks, MP. I'm glad you're enjoying the commentary. He's got the Magma boost. Gonna go on to Octius and Sinalf here. Surprised he wouldn't want to add a little bit to Flood, but the positioning for Flood is far more important. Ooh, Galine getting thrown at the back at the perfect targets there. Got Big Mammoth. Is it just me or does the Moth fly faster now? Oh, Scoriox ramped up though. Oh my god. Mammoth was there and then all of a sudden he just disappears. Like a mental. God damn, once that thing ramps up, it's game over. I think that's the augment that gives damage on crit or something. Got a defensive augment, which is actually just what he needs for that Singe. Oh no, putting it on Flood. I guess the plan is to slow down the rogues as much as possible. Instead of putting everything in a box, he's just going to hope that they don't... He's just going to stop them all in one place. He's putting all his Scions at the front. Haven't seen anyone do this in a long time. Let's see if it works. I guess the big thing here is his Scoriox is going to be protected from that charm for the longest period of time, which is you cannot have his Scoriox slowing down. He needs to keep it uncontrolled the entire match. The other thing is that Revo. But I think the Revo is actually going to go to the Scoriox here, which is bad because that is going to blind Scoriox, and that's something you definitely do not want. Oh no, Revo might not. No, Revo's going to Scoriox, going to blind it. It has True Sight. I completely forgot it has True Sight. The blind does not matter. That True Sight is huge. Oh my god, the Umbra is crazy, but yeah, it's just too much damage. I think Whitey's going to take this one. It's really heating up, guys. Oh my god, there's so much minutia in this. There's so much little positioning changes they make every round in these top 4. I really like Texan's team. He seems to be one of the only players that actually managed to grab the granite. The moth at the front, I like it. It does teleport. And he's got the fiery ox. Looks like they were all going for Scoriox, but Whitey was the managed to get it. Oh, we definitely need like a select all MP for sure. Like, think StarCraft 2, right? Pretty basic. Hopefully we'll get that at some point. But really, there's even other quality of life things for the moving type stuff that will go a long way as well. That Goliath still not going down, but like masterfully, Whitey managed to take out his entire opposing team without. What the hell is that bug? Do you guys see that? It says Texan won that round. The hell? Am I crazy? Did you guys see that? That's so weird. Oh my god. Let's see if it repeats itself. T1 land. Forgetting blueprints is definitely worth to play. They haven't been minted on chain yet, but that will be coming very, very soon, Lord Magus. Lands aren't really generating much revenue right now because the game's not generating enough to make the lands generate a ton or anything like that. But that'll come down the road when we get more players and things like that. But Gauntlet's in one of the best states it's ever been, except the bugs are kind of rampant in this particular patch. But besides that, it's in the best state it's ever been, I think, personally. Oh, that Vermilio, sorry. That Vermilio is right in the perfect position. Is it going to take out Flood on its own? I think it is. Gorilla managed to get to the back. So did Gyro. Boom! Uz is going to take out Whitey. Scorios couldn't do enough. Texan won again. How? I don't know how, but he did. Go Tex. Yeah, I think Texan's bugged. I don't know how he's not dying. But we'll see next round, I suppose. He's up against Texan now. It's the Ghost, though, so this one wouldn't count. What floor are we on now? We're on floor 100, baby. Alright, here we go. Skyrock's in the middle. Double magma this time. The Singe was a lot more forward last time. Still no granite, but that Goliath has great augments on it. It's got thorns as well, so it's going to dish back so much damage at the start here. You can see the difference between someone who has all their augments on just their carries and someone who has a lot of augments on the front line. Got some augments on the Goliath from Texan side too. Kind of crazy. He's got the untargetable augment on it now. Didn't help though. Too much damage from Whitey here. But really cool to see. It's going to get the energy and get one more cast. But that just redirects Scoriox onto something more important. So I don't think it's necessarily the right thing. Texan is going to go down here. Maybe I was just imagining things before. It's got the big dust, but the dust would have done so much more work if there was no true sight on that Scoriox, but it's there. I don't know if he can stop it. Ajaro's attacking so fast. Axel got a huge shield though. Big cast from the Moth. Scoriox going down. He's doing a lot of damage. Now he's healing it all back. It's so much. Absolutely insane. The Singe's at the back, attacking so slowly. It's going to go down quick. Can Urza bring it back? That Scoriox is ramped up now. Holy crap. Once again, Scoriox is the best Illuvial in the game, and I love to see it. You know me. Oh my god. That was actually such a fun match. I can't wait to see the next one happening through. Should be good. It's going well. We're going into the second match in the semi-finals. Just going to load up the scores for the other match, and maybe we can take a quick look at that. But it's getting kind of, doesn't really like it when I want to take a look at that. They're just taking a quick break before their second game for this one. I can't tell you the Illuvium partner. Yeah, you did well, Sped. I can't tell you the Illuvium partner, Blaine Spark. You know that. for $100. Like, I wonder, like, if someone was like, oh, tell me for 10 grand. No, obviously I'm not going to break a contract. But, like, wonder if anyone would actually give someone that amount of money to know who the partner is, like, a week early. You know what I mean? Like, crazy. All right, and we're live, guys. All right, I really need a drink. I will be back in like 2 seconds. Watch some Urza gameplay while I do that. See, what's interesting as we go through these games today is we're seeing Scion really dominate, but really only one Scion player is going to take the first spot from now on, where all the counters that are coming out are going to knock out all the other Scion players, because unless they can complete that Scoriox and really get their team like fully set up, it doesn't really work. The counter is going to beat it. And so they're going to weed out a bunch of them, and so you're actually guaranteeing a much closer position to top 3, top 4 with the counter suit rather than the Scions themselves. So it's quite interesting. It's going to go ballistic, Johnny, for sure. The graphics are there, the IP is there, gameplay is pretty good for Gauntlet. It's almost there. Yeah, they've got something special here. I don't think anyone is denying that. There's just a bit more work to do. And that's I mean, every game's like that, right? I love the triple flish and the stock glove. It's going to be hard to stop. Lynx with the heal immune item is actually pretty sweet here, though. I'm loving that from Texan. 4 players still in 100. Oh, that was 1 round, sorry. Stage 2 flish is good. Fighters, I love fighters still, big man. They're like my go-to. I still even throw a Scoriox in there, obviously. Scoriox works great with fighters, plenty great. Especially since the fighters are a bit tankier than Scions, so alongside fighters and bulwarks, you actually have a pretty tanky front line, which helps Scoriox even more. But yeah, I love it. Oof. Like, rogues on their own don't necessarily just beat Scions in the early game, but rogues with the nature does pretty well because they have just the extra bit of sustain they need. And besides Flish, I don't think there's any nature... Oh, and the weapon. Both the weapons. I don't think there's any nature Scions. Big hyper there from the Flish at the front. And the Ranger at the back. Everything's almost packed. Where are you moving to, big man? Stock Sword and Blood Hunter coming out here. Urza looks like he's transitioning to fighters a little bit. He's just seeing them come up in his shop and he's just going for it. Still got the 3 Flish set up. I mean, 2 of them are stage 2. Kind of bad to waste that. Pushing for the air stage 3 Doka. I mean, you might as well, right? I'm not sure what the Lynx is today. I think Urza's playing well, but he is coming 5th right now, so you never know. Balance, the only one undefeated so far. Looks like Balance might have taken out Brew Crew or someone else, maybe Whitey. It's getting interesting. Balance in the best position. Brew Crew just lost, so Balance is in the best position possible for this PvE round. I'm going to stick with Urza though, because I like kind of seeing this fighter start to form, and the ways players transition between different compositions is something that is really good to see. 3 Scion, 3 fighter. Fighter up against fighter. The Doka is up the front, but maybe it shouldn't be. It's actually going to go really good hyper here. Adding in Riptor. Our little claw boy. The 2 Flish at the back are going to help, but I don't know what they're targeting. Probably the Ranger? Oh, that monkey has gone down way too quick. And the Rai coming in has stopped the Doka from getting hyper. Oh, Whitey's Ranger is getting it up so fast. Oh, they're all pretty low though. Those did well, but like, Whitey doing some serious damage with those fighters. Fighter Imprint, Lights Chosen, you have to go. Oh, Visionary Vanguard. Huge board today. Oh damn, he's going to take the Vanguard. With that, they're going to Phosphorus and you win. Easier said than done, obviously. Boomerang coming out for the extra fighter. He's got 4 now. Moving from New Mexico to the US. I like it, big man. Hopefully North Wisconsin is nice this time of year. I don't know US states very well. Or at all. I can name like 10 of them. The Riley not protecting that Riptor enough. Damn, Riley took punishment from the Flish there, and the Boomerang. Boomerang is a great weapon. It actually does such good stuff. Alright. Let's go double stock Water Sword. I've got most of the Illuvials myself, Sajak. I'm missing pretty much all the tier 0s, or most of them. But I'm only missing a few of the tier 5s. I've got mostly everything else with pretty decent stats. I buy them here and there. Here and there. He's actually so close to the stage 3 Doka. Can anyone tell me, like, let's say he gets the stage 3 Doka. Is that a good late game Illuvial or not really? That being said, it's air, which I think is good because you have a lack of air in the fighters and you really need them to pair with Jokel because Jokel's just so great. But like, that's so funny. I think Boomerang's the only ranged fighter in the game. Crazy damage to Texan. Texan came 3rd last game, so he doesn't want to have a really bad performance here. He wants like 5th or above, basically, to really help his chances of getting top 4. If he comes last, he's in a bit of trouble there. And it is going to open up the floor for a lot of the other players. Urza came 2nd, so really he just needs top 5 as well to do really, really well, but top 6 he's probably fine. Whitey obviously needs, you know, top 6 is plenty fine for them. But Balance, where did they come before? Balance came 5th before, so a 1st place is really helpful, but really 2nd or 3rd would be pretty good as well. And Kryzen needs to vie for one of those top spots. I believe they came 7th last game. Last place on last game was Brew Crew. Currently 3rd, he really needs 1st position to clinch that spot. I think it's going to be a tight race though, looking at this current heat already. Boomerang in the shop. Looks like he sold it off, though. He much prefers... He's going for that Frost. I think he sees that he has the air fighter thing kind of happening, and he's doubling down on that. I think that's a good strategy. Kryzen, not bad in that round, but it's going to drop there. Let's be quite frank, this is a pretty sweaty lobby. Good sweaty, though. Good sweaty. Whitey absolutely dominating. Piercing Pact is good. Shimmering Edge and a Mule on the board. Another Monkier. He's pretty close to the Exalted Monkier now. Caradulo now, even though he hasn't been able to get his Riptorus on the board yet. Jokul is up. It doesn't look like he has Frost on the weapon yet, so he doesn't get the Frost here. There's a lot of almosts. There's so many, like, he needs one more Alluvial to be able to pull it off. I couldn't help but notice he can't get tier 0s anymore, so I don't think the Dokas are helpful on his backbench here. Unless he plans on adding the second Doka later on. At least as an interim thing somewhere. I could definitely see the value there. Oh, huge damage to balance. Those are doing well. Texan at the bottom, but won this round. Whitey's still at the top. Brew Crew doing really well. Brew Crew needs this first or second place, preferably first. Making the comeback for himself. Kryzen not doing too bad. Dr. Spoon not doing too bad, but needs a better performance. I think this is going to be a tight heat. I think it'll look separated. But I think it's going to even itself out really fast from here. Monkier has the Visionary Vanguard. Oh, the Warp Wave is actually showing up now. I thought it was bugged and it was invisible, but maybe it's only sometimes. Damn, these Scions are going to break through. He could not break through the tanks. Especially that Mammoth. Whitey going with the Tested and True, even though we saw some early fighters from Whitey in the game. So he's pivoted. He looks like he's noticed that everyone else was going fighters to some extent, and that no one was actually chasing Scions this time, and so he decided to pivot to Scions and give himself a huge edge in that win. He's double checking how much damage his team is actually doing so that he can maximize it with items. If you're noticing your monkey is doing great work, then you want to keep doubling down the augments on that thing. But like, the problem here is late in the game, in the previous rounds we've seen, people have already reached 70 gold. Urza's economy is not terrible, but it's not as good as really you would sometimes consider it should be. But the Omni Vamp from Jokul there was actually really solid, but unfortunately Jokul was being focused by the entire opposition. Hoshi's team is great with the Fernite, got the Templar up. Urza's starting to fall a little bit behind here. Another mill, another row. Sacking his economy now. Could be worth it though. He pulls out the foe. See, the problem here is he's gone really hard for some of these alluvials, and he doesn't have much of a choice because he really needs that monk here to dish out the damage he needs. But at the same time, now it's going to be, he can't find the foe so much yet when he's rolling, and so he's a little bit of trouble there, where he really needs the forest. The Caradulo got his thorns up. Double Jokul is so funny to watch. Look at them go. Oh, it's not enough. Dr. Spoon also has a Fernite. Pretty much every player in this game has gone fighters except Whitey. It's no wonder Whitey has 88 HP. I think he's pretty much cemented it unless some people start pivoting to that Vermidio and Familiar. God damn. Another Mule coming out. Just needs 2 more Mules for the Jotun. Jotun with those healing augments is probably pretty good. He also needs another tier 1 weapon, is what he's probably waiting for, to get that frost. But relying on the right weapons to come up, let's just say it's not been working out for me personally, at least. Kryzen and Hoshi both at the bottom. No Riptor still. Oh, there it is. He gets the Toxic finally. No Berserker yet. He needs Riplance for that. Question is, does he wait for some more Econ now, or does he go roll it down again? But quite frankly, I think we can agree that Urza's been a little bit unlucky this game. Oh, he gets the Frost up. At least I thought he did. I thought the weapon was Frost on stage 2, or is it Arcanite? Oh, and he gets Exalted Monkey here too. Surprised he's not trying to pick up the Templar here like every other player, but I suppose it's going to be a little bit tricky. Exalted Monkey, despite being stage 3, is going down much faster than I expected. Still no Berserker, but he's got really good augments, really good overall strength. Horizon's going down, unfortunately. Hoshi has the Forest, but also opted to go for a Firiox with the Fighter Com. I personally enjoy it, but I haven't seen too many people go into it. He did get the Jotun. I like to say he needs level 8, but like, what is he going to add to the board? Oh. With the stage 3s, the most noticeable thing is he's just so much tankier overall now. Hoshi is going to go down at Urza here. Balance and Dr. Spoon fighting for their lives. Whitey unstoppable. Texan also flipped over to a Scion build of some kind. He's got the Ardace with the immune augment. Same thing with his Firiox and the attack speed augment. So Firiox really making use of some of those fighter augments. Or those, yeah, the auto attack augment type things. It's getting good. I'm really not sure. It seems like Whitey will take this one, but I'm really not sure who second and third are going to be. Versus team, like, he got a little bit unlucky at the start there, but he pushed through and it's paid off so far. Surprised not letting Caradullo take more heat, especially with Sentinel Shockwave. He's letting it wrap around. The Ranger couldn't find it in. Jotun's on the back line. Firiox is attacking it, but it's healing too much. What is this damage from the moth? What did they do to the moth? It hits like a truck. The auto attacks. Oh my god. Balance is gonna fall here. Ooh, Brew Crew's got a big rogue comp now, trying to counter Whitey, I suspect. Don't know how that's going to fare against fighters, but he's got some big boys. He's got Gyro, he's got the Dust full setup, he's got TB Ruko, and looks like the Kukaraf? Or Kukar... I think it's the Kukaraf. It looks like he's got Enchanter full setup here. Great for Urza that Riptos has gone straight onto the Gazotep. I thought it would get hyper. No, air gets hyper on water. Oh no, that's not good. Gazotep's going down, but he's constantly blinding him, so Riptos can't get any ground. Jotun doing good work now. It is a Cookalus. Oh, and he's going to take him out. He has an Adorido as well. I think he's got Spore up. Loving that team. Dr. Spoon's going to win that round. Spoon needs a pretty good place here, but he's doing well. Texan in third, Brew Crew doing well, probably going to lock in second, although Whitey lost to someone. Maybe he lost to Spoon. Maybe Spoon's got it in the bag. We'll follow through Urza to the end first. 2 losses is going to net him a little bit of gold on this, I think. Oh no. That's not what Urza wanted. He's up against Whitey this round. And Whitey's got some big defenses now. He's got the Singe and the Goliath around protecting the Scions. The Monkey really needs to wrap around to that Singe and strike straight through to hit Fiery Ox. Also looks Whitey is pretty close to the Scoriox. Doesn't look like Whitey managed to pull off the Sin Elf. Probably have it this round, but he hadn't had it previously. I guess he didn't need it. And he's almost got Big Mammoth too. And for some reason, some Grokkos on the bench. Some really unknown reason. Maybe that's a flex. Maybe that's a taunt. Whitey's on another level. He's like Hannibal Lecter here. 2 Grokkos on the bench. 2 Grokkos. Riley doing pretty well. Jotun getting slowed down quite a bit, getting thrown around by the Mammoth. Monkey are doing okay. The tanks are almost down. Monkey is going on the Octius. Oh! Huge! Fiery going down. Oh, he doesn't have enough heals on the Monkey. Oh. Dr. Spoon absolutely coming back here. He's got a Jokul. Doesn't even have the Jotun. Maybe he can get it now. He's almost got the Blazer Knight. No Wildfire to back it up. The Ranger's Templar though. Looks like Templar worked out well for him here. No Monkier, but he's got the Toxic on. Lifestorm on the Caradullo is huge. I can see why he's doing so well. And he's got the Dust as well, which is helping counter some of the other fighter comps, I'm assuming. He is level 8. Very helpful here as well. I don't know if he can take out Whitey, but we'll see. The Revo's at the back, probably going to get a good Omega here. Caradullo is not dying thanks to that life storm. Oh, he's got the blinking Riptorus, which is so satisfying. Oh, he's got all the augments on the Fernite, so it's like perma-casting. Holy crap. And it's getting all the extra damage from Templar too. What is this Fernite? It is a monster. That was really close for comfort though. But Whitey will need to split his team as much as possible. He can't take tornadoes to the clump. Takes tornadoes to the clump, he's out. But this is such a fun team from Spoon. Such a fun team. This is Semi's Web 3. Carry Knight. Carry Knight indeed. Oh my god, he's so close to the Blazer Knight too. 2 away from Jotun, 1 away from Blaze. Oh, you love it. You love it. At what point do you sell the Joe Call and like need that Blazer Knight? Yeah, I really like Caradullo at the back here. It's going to give that Familiar and that Gyro some better hyper here. He's got his Fire Alluvial at the front. It's not the grand finals, Edge. It's the semis. Finals is after this match. The grand finale. Okay. The Fernite's ramping up. He's almost there. The Tornadoes are going back left. TV Bruco's down. He's working on Gyro. Riptor's doing the Lord's work at the front. Oh, Fernite up against Familiar. It's not enough. Oh, Spoon's going to go down in third. Looks like Whitey lost to someone as well. Brew Crew's Redemption arc came last before. He's coming first now. Let's see how he plays this out. So as it stands right now, Whitey's guaranteed to come in top 4. But if Brew Crew wins this game, he's through. He will actually win the tiebreaker against Dr. Spoon. But if Brew Crew comes second, he will not proceed. So he's fighting for his life right now. Ooh, Scoriox on the front line. Whitey managed to get it. Scoriox has taken damage from Gazatep, who is somehow not dying. Gonna get the blind. Scoriox not going down. Big Mammoth and Mega, but didn't do too much damage. Oh, the Enchanter is doing so much work here. Scoriox is still alive though. He's healing. He's on full health. He's got the Adorido and the Vermilion. A lot of dodging potential and the Life Storm. Not enough dodging potential. Oh, it's so close. He's got enough survivability to not just die to Scoriox. Now he just needs to survive a little bit longer. Like if he gets like a Geyser on the board, I think he's got this. If you're just joining the stream, after this match, we're going to the grand final where we'll see the final participants dish it out to try and win the $2,000 prize. But this is a close game. Like, Brew Crew needs first to clinch a spot in the grand final. If he comes second, it is not enough. He will miss out. Whitey won last round. He's a good player, to put it lightly. He's got the Scoriox at the front. I like this idea. His Ranger has the bow. He would lose 6 air if he swaps, though. Unless he's just trying to stop his opponent from taking it. Cookerless right in front of Scoriox is something, but he does have double Tempest and 7 air. Or 6 air. And so it might be able to dodge enough to cause it some havoc. I'm not personally convinced, but I guess we'll see. Oh my god, it's dodging so much. It's not going to be able to cast. It's losing all of its energy. But that was really satisfying. The Flood is going to go down straight away. Adorido is fine. It's up against Goliath. No, it's not fine. Getting a big heal, though. Oh, huge blind from the Gazatep. The Enchanter's doing well. Stunned out of the Omega from the Familiar now. Being thrown around like a ragdoll. It's not enough. Scoriox is going to go down. And Brew Crew is going to deal some serious damage to Whitey here. Oh, Cookraft's coming out. Oh, so where was his second Tempest coming from? Oh, he had Tempest from the bow. His Cookeraft survived that long on air alone. Okay. Scoriox, a stage 3 tier 4 alluvial, couldn't kill the tier 1 because of 6 air. Okay. This Cookeraft now has Tempest. It's actually going to gain, I think it gains energy when it dodges, from memory. And so it was losing energy before because of the energy steal. But now it might start just gaining more energy than it's losing. This is going to be mental. If it stun locks Scoriox once, it's over. It is over. It's gaining so much energy. Holy crap. The 3 Tempest. It's invincible. And every time it casts, the Enchanter goes off. It does true damage everywhere. Throws the Mammoth. I've never seen Scoriox be hard countered like this before. You might just finish off Whitey right now. Boom! Whitey is down. Brew Crew, I need to double check. I don't want to just call it. But I think Brew Crew actually moves on to the next round. Because of the tiebreaker, Brew Crew is going to move on. He would have had 9 points, but he is going to move on to the next round. Oh, did I change Dr. Spoons by accident? Whoops. My bad. Absolutely insane. He's going to move on just on the tiebreak. Okay, so this is absolutely crazy, so I'm going to share my screen. Just give me 1 second, guys. Okay, so we've got a three-way tie for Game 2, Round 3, okay? And for anyone who doesn't know, here was the ending placement for that. It was Furies at the top, so he goes through with the three-way tie. Then Anubis, Nefer, Slicks, Brian, Anon, Hatahima, and I Wonder. So Anubis came second and Furies came first, which means they're both going to break the tie here. And so I'll fix that up in the thing, but it looks like Anon, unfortunately, coming in sixth on the second game is going to bode pretty poorly for him. Really unfortunate. But really close scores overall. Heish had a little bit of a rough day, but really close scores. So really interesting shakeout there. I think I just did the maths wrong. Furies was on 1 point before, so he should have been on 9. I don't know why I put 10 in. So it looks like there is no three-way tie, and Anon and Anubis are going to go through. Yeah, Anon ended up on 10 with the second place and then the 6th place. So Anon is going to go through. I don't know how I mathed that wrong. I did like the exact same thing in the other game, but it just happened that way. Anyways, Anon doesn't need to break the tiebreak there. He actually gets in on 10. There are no tie breaks for this one. Absolutely crazy game, guys. Okay, so the finals are set up. All right. Looks like we've got Slicks, Whitey, Nefer, Urza, Anon, Texan, Anubis, and Brew Crew. Unfortunately, even though he got a crazy good performance, Furies is not going to move through, but I can't wait to see him in future competitions. Alrighty, okay. So for anyone in the audience that doesn't understand how Checkmate works, okay, we are using a Checkmate system for this upcoming game. It is very simple. Everyone is going to play as many games as it takes, but it should only really take about 3 matches, maybe 4. And then we're going to score the game the exact same way. For first place, you get 8 points. Second place, you get 7 points, and so on. Once a player reaches 10 points. I don't even remember what I had in my rules. That's crazy. Hold on. I don't want to get this wrong. It's probably 10 points. 12 points. Okay. Once a player... I thought it was 12, but yeah, I don't know what happened to me. Okay. Once a player hits 12 points, they enter the check state. Once a player gets 12, they enter check. What that means is if they then win a match, they win and they take the whole thing, and we use the scores to determine second, third, and fourth for prize placements. Obviously, the last game taken will determine any tiebreakers. And so what that means is hopefully after 2 games, you'd have about 3 or 4 players in check. On the 3rd game, you probably have all of them in check. And then it's basically winner takes all, kind of like a sudden death sort of thing. But you could still have some players that aren't in check. But we have a pretty stacked deck for this grand final. So it should be a good one. It should be a good one. Good math. Thanks, Quads. All right. I'm glad that we've been kicking off the Checkmate format because a lot of people in the Illuvium community aren't really that familiar with TFT in general, but they aren't really familiar with TFT esports. And this is actually how the TFT competitions are run with this Checkmate format. So now that we've done it a few times across a few different tournaments, everyone is really familiar with it now. They don't need to like ask questions and things like that. It just makes the whole esports, like the grassroots thing, a lot more powerful that way, where everyone's kind of on board and on the same page. Unlike our very first tournament, where there's a lot kind of going on. And so it's really great that we've come to this point already. People sometimes miss that the esports scene, maybe growing is not the right word, but it's a lot more experienced now. It's less of an infant and more of a toddler. And as we go and we get bigger prize pools and things, it'll start to run really, really fast. Also, I'd love you guys' feedback. In the name of saving time, I'm not sure we needed to do 2 matches for round 3. I quite liked it, but at the same time, I don't know if people felt it was necessary. At the same time, we had some really exciting, like little comeback stories, let's say, and we eliminated a lot of the RNG quite a bit because we did see both last place people from round 1 go to first place in round 2, and so that was really exciting as well. So having moments like that is great, but we get those sorts of moments in the grand final, so I don't know if it's necessary. I don't know who to watch up first. We've got a 1440p stream for Anubis, and we haven't seen him play in any capacity yet. So I think we're going Anubis, guys. I think we're going Anubis. It'll be good. It'll be good. I'm looking forward to it. Anubis, Slicks, Brew Crew, Whitey, Texan, Anon, Urza, and Nefer. Here we go. We can see the Joker's board. That's good. I was Anubis because he had 60 FPS 1440, but it's really jumpy. Let's see if it fixes itself. I'm not convinced. Nah, it's too jumpy. We're switching. Pretty keen to watch Texan. Alright, I'm gonna quickly go get more water. Back to sec, guys. So I wanted to quickly put out my thoughts on the 12 points. So I wanted check on round 2. That part's obvious. But I really like the idea of someone who comes first and fifth being in the running. If someone comes first, they come above, like fifth or above, they're in the running for checkmate to try and win it all. And I think I really like that idea. You get the same for second and fourth, and 2 third places, I think, as well. And so those sorts of monikers are really going to help people get into check early and try and win it all. Then after round 3, pretty much everyone should have it. Like 2 fourths is 10 points, and then pretty much like a 7th is putting you in check, right? A lot of flish today. So much flish in like just the tier 0 pools too. Three fighters on the board, even though he has tons of flish in the back and no stage 2s at all. But I like it. I'm surprised he's not buying the monkey and the flish here. Oh, I guess he's about to. Yeah. You unlock the Doka Dojo but can't use it, big man. You should probably submit a ticket for that. That sounds really weird. Oh, the stock sword is so good, especially when they get hyper. Not quite enough here, but really fun to see. Earliest Scion pivot ever, but we love to see it. That's what happens when you pull a stage 2 tier 0. You've got to really play to that strength. Like a stage 1 alluvial of any kind, except like a squiz, gets outmatched so much by the benefits of a stage 2 in just raw power and survivability. Ooh, big rock down right before going down here. Monkey are going down quickly. Bramble Cleaver is there. Unfortunately, not quite enough Omnivamp to live, but enough to just stall for long enough. Bramble Cleaver on round 5 is mental. If they really are following a weapon table, that is a low odds of coming up. The 4 loss streak going into PvE round is not the worst position to be in, okay? Had you have lost your loss streak right before this round, it would actually probably be slightly worse. Depending on how much health you lost last round, I suppose. Don't want to sack too much of your HP. We're in the grand final. Brew Crew actually pulled it out to win the tie break and go through. Unfortunately, Furies came last and then first, but didn't have quite enough points to beat out Dr. Spoon. No, not Dr. Spoon, sorry, to beat out Anon, who went through. So a really close heat in that other game. A little bit more linear in the one we had, but really close in the other one, overall with points. Getting a cleaver up already for Texan as well. Really good economy going right now, despite the low HP. Whitey's team looks really weird here. Good augments on that Flish, though. Having the Flish alongside these fighters really helped redirect that damage. He's going to sack the win streak to take down Whitey. Oh, no. Whitey's probably on a loss streak as well. We've seen Whitey place first or second all day today. But now he's sitting in last place, but I'm sure he's not going to be there for long. Really interesting, guys. Really interesting. It's a crazy heat. Photonic Unity and the 5% max health damage on the Monkia is a really good early game. Like, really, you can't win it all in this match, but you definitely want to be aiming for the top 4 at least. Top 3 preferably is going to put you way closer to check than you might think. And so just doing I wouldn't say mediocre, but doing a strong performance without necessarily getting the best composition in the world is plenty enough for this first round. And that plays into the tournament format. Sometimes you've got to play a little bit differently, play less risky. That's what I love about this sort of competition, is the style of play is a whole different kind. Do you guys get what I'm saying? Or am I just talking out my ass here? I'm loving the double Tatopy though. I don't know if it works, but I would love to see like a fighter Scion team or something. Is that a thing? Have people used that? That would be so much fun. Okay. He's only got a stage 1 fire Doker up. Great econ going though. Got to be a struggle for him to pull one with the 10% chance at this level. He's going to have to sack it. The Rye is in the shop. I'm surprised he's not sacking the Doker and grabbing Rye. Maybe he really plans on just bailing on Fighter altogether in the late game, although he has the Bramble Cleaver. I don't think he's decided. He's playing both camps, which is not the worst strategy in the world. It helps you get what the game is giving you and play the odds a little bit better. Huge Omegas from the Flish, though. Oh, that Bramble Cleaver is so good. Screw it. I'm buying Bramble Cleaver every single time it comes up and just working around it. Eventually, I might sell it for something else, but I'm sticking with it. Oh my god. I think it's mental. Slicks holding up the top right here. Had a really great performance last game too. Neferwhiter, Urza, and Brew, all fantastic players that we've seen do really well today. In the bottom 4 right now. Anon and Anubis doing well. They played well last game as well. Actually, this is really funny. The top 4 and the bottom 4 are from the 2 different groups that came into this final. For the most part. I think Texan and Urza might be swapped. I can't remember. But that's really funny. Cleaver for the win. Absolutely BW Travels. So damn good. Rocco takes so long to walk up. It is going to get a 3-person stun. Anon's team is like a heavy Scion. I don't even know where these shields are coming from. Triple Flish at the back. Doing good work, but it's not enough to take out the duality of this Scion fighter comp. The beauty of it is since the Scions sit at the back, they can redirect all the Flish beams, which is something you can't achieve from a full frontline team. Not in the same way, without like a flood, right? But I like the duality of this. I'm gonna have no voice in a few hours, aren't I? Four win streak into the PvE round is exactly where he wants to be. Excellent economy. Texan is primed in prime position right now. Anon lost his streak right before this round, unfortunately. I just want to see what augment comes up. Oh, is it no augment for this round? Nope, nope. I'm crazy. Ooh, I like Anubis' team. He's got Predator up and running. 3 Rogue. 3 Fighter. And a really nice Thorns Twine up the front. If he cannot kill this Twine fast enough, he is so boned. You don't want the fighters on that for too long. The only advantage that you have against Thorns is you've got to split out the Thorns damage and kill them quickly. But if they heal too much, then the Thorns is getting so much value that it's like dealing a ton of damage to your team. TNT at the front is crazy, but for anyone who doesn't know, it actually gets damage reduction while casting. And so it's actually not a terrible tank. I mean, it's not ideal, but it can do some good work. The Gorilla is mental. He is able to take out the Twine fast enough, get a big Rocco stun, and I don't know what happened to Monk here, but with the Hyper, he's attacking like 5 million times a second. And it looks really silly in like a good way. He's got the 70 gold now. He's up against Whitey this round. Double down on the Scion. Hasn't had the most luck with it. Got a stage 1 flish. Got Squiz, thankfully. He's got the Mat 2, but all stage 1s on the board. And except for the Nature Flish. But that's basically what you call bad luck on that particular comp. Could play out later, though. Whitey likes to stick with what he knows, and that's not a bad way to play it. Foe's doing good stuff, but he can't kill him fast enough. The Flood. The Flood heals are big here. He's still got beams, but he's losing so much damage to the Flood. Oh. Whitey with full stage 1 alluvials with really good augments. He's just going to take the win on that fight. Oh, Foe is great. Blight Blessing. Who's he going to put it on? I do not use that augment as much as I should. I'm not going to lie. Who does he buff up? Is Foe good with the Blight's Blessing? He's going straight into 6 fighter. Blight's Blessing on Foe, stacking the Scion. He might bring it back later, hard to say. Buffing up the Foe. Kind of needs that Forest now, but he's level 7 with max econ, so he's in prime position to go for it. Urza also has a Foe though, so other people are going for it. He's got a second Bramble on the bench. No Verdant setup at all. I think Verdant would go well for him here, especially against Whitey. And a lot of people will be going Bramble right now. Rye didn't go down, otherwise he had maybe a chance. Augments on the opposing foe were good, but I think a Forest would really carry this for Texan right now. It's getting close. Oh, that's a good song. Looks like he knows that rolling for foe right now is not very economical, and so he's setting up his econ so he can hit the next level without burning it. He's probably going to drop a bit of HP doing that process, but I think it could work overall. Still got 6 fighter and keeping TNT is pretty neat, especially since Granite would be really good for his fighters. The minute he gets like a Goliath, he can swap out his Grocco. Surprised he's not picking up Lura personally, but I think that's fine. He's also still got his Nature Flish, which could come in handy later. But 3 Nature for foe is good. Great augment on that monk here. He's going to manage to take it out. Oh, not quite enough. Scion Fighter from Nefer. Such a close game, though. Everyone is on around 40 to 50 HP. Or 30 to 50 HP, which is pretty uncommon in Illuvium Gauntlet. Like, both the top 2 spots just lost this round. I've played many, many games of Gauntlet. I've really only had one game kind of like this. He's in the 3-loss streak going into this round. Selling the TNT, completely sacking any hopes for Scion. He has got Lura though, which could give him that additional bloom. He's got a pretty clear path forward now though. He's got the Econ, he can level to 8 easily, even level to 9 if he wanted to. And then he needs the Forest. And preferably he doesn't necessarily need Goliath now, but I don't know how much help that Grocko's going to have. A Twine? Absolutely. Oh, Communal Regrowth is good. That helps counter out the Scions and their burst damage, where it heals up straight away. He levels up. I was going to say, Communal on Grocko felt a bit wasteful. You needed either a proper tank or one of your fighters. Hasn't rolled down yet, but he has plenty of health. Doesn't need to just yet. I like it on Flare better, but wish it was a Singe, obviously. Ebb at the back is nice. With the energy buff. His heals are starting to come together. It's kind of a win-win for him right now. If he wins, great. He saves some health. If he loses, at least he keeps on the lose streak a little bit longer, and he probably gets a little bit closer to that level up to 9. I could see the level up working really well for this team. Foe doing great damage. The enemy heals are just slightly too much. Doesn't have quite enough DPS. Apon in the middle is crazy, but I love it. Apon's such a sleeper. I'm not gonna lie. Apon is like one of those ones I always underestimate. It's a good alluvial. Ador's come up. He saw a second Vinebound now. He's considering if he can get Berserker. Another Vinebound, another Lura. He's seeing it. He's seeing the vision. He can get the Verdant. Oh, it's getting exciting, guys. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. He's up against Brew Crew. He's got an extra round, maybe. He might not necessarily win, but at least he probably won't lose. Boom. Gets the tank up. Figured that's enough for this round. Save a little bit of extra gold for next round. Familiar with the piercing and the heals is pretty crazy, to be honest. Still not closer to the forest. He's got a Fiery Ox on the back, but I'm not sure how helpful that is. He still has a Doka and a Grocko on the board though, so he's got spots to move. Definitely not going to have space for that Lura though. Hey, if he gets that cleaver, he could take first spot. Finally, another foe. And he gets Forest. He has Twine. He can get Verdant on the board. He just needs to swap out the Grocco. There's another Cleaver. I don't know why he loves that Grocco so much. Oh, he just clicked. Yeah, the problem with Fiery Ox is he would lose the 6th fighter. Oh, he got the big cleaver. Oh, I missed that. All good. He got the big cleaver. See, like, Verdant on its own is one thing, and Berserker is one thing. But he's got Communal Regrowth on top of Verdant, which is actually pretty insane. Oh. Oh, absolutely stomping Whitey in that round. He played the long game, but it's looked like it's paid off. Much easier to get the high tier weapons now that they actually added the odds table to it. You could just see that pretty much only a few different weapons were coming up. I think he's just checking the Discord here and there to make sure that he doesn't miss any important messages and stuff. You can't actually put Communal on the Twine because the Verdant, I think, pops at 40 and Communal's at 50. And so you'd actually miss out on your Verdant if you gave it Communal. Unless they do enough damage to hit both. Which is, I think, would actually happen more often than not. So maybe it would work, but don't know. Reorganizing. He's considering if the true damage is better on the Berserker. That's what he's going for. I'm not convinced myself. Forest is just so good. Alright, he's just switching up a little bit. Give extra survivability to his Monkia. I like it. Still got a Joker in there. He kind of needs to level up if he wants Fiery Ox or Lura. They did nerf Verdant for this patch, but it's still like a good synergy, and probably always will be. Twine is going to go down. Oh, that Riptor is doing good work, and the Rye. He has to full. Absolutely crazy. Oh my god. Whitey's gonna take 6th place now. Oh my god. This is unheard of. Such an unlucky match. Like, I just want to say, like, we've had a lot of periods of the Illuvium Inferno where there's been a pretty set meta and everyone's playing the one thing. And I actually thought we were going to have a little bit of that with Scion going into this today, but every single match we've seen someone play a completely different team composition. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. We're going to have a duplicate soon, but pretty cool so far. They're all well known for being good, but people have still played different things. Somehow he's all the way at 60 gold. This is the 1% right here. He knew when he had a good enough team comp that he didn't need to keep rolling. And so he now has the opportunity to go for level 60. Like right now, he could sell probably like The Riptor and hit 60. Oh, he's going 3 Bulwark, dropping his fighter down to 4. I see the value in that. And he's going to get the bloom for his forest. He's going to add an extra to his Earth synergy, which is going to help overall. Kind of a shame to see Jokal get dropped off, though. Oh, because he can't lose Berserker. I see. He's going to sell them for the extra gold. He's convinced this is a better comp. Has no intent of going for level 9. I guess a Null would put good work. And he does really need that Goliath now. Oh, don't sleep on that Riptorus once it gets Berserker. Shredding Nefer's team like it didn't even exist. He's so close to Null here. Big boy on the board. Putting Seer on the left to try and prevent some of that hyper that's going to go to the forest from the Scarabok. Good overall front wall to counteract that forest, though. I like it. Always maximizing his gold for the next turn. Very close to a Rip Lance, which would actually give him the 3rd Berserker. As more players get knocked out, it becomes easier and easier for him to achieve that. Texan now in first place. From last to first. He's just built up such a great team over time. And Nolan's still hanging in on 1 health. He's going to make some changes, but this is a very close game. So unfortunately, we can't reflect that in scores in any way, but it is what it is. The Alliance on the board now. If he managed to get a Titan ore, he would actually grab a... he would get the Colossus as well, which would be mental. He knows the Rip Lance is most important. Boom! It's GG's now. What do you do against that? What? How do you stop that Rip Lance? Ooh. Thorns, Crunk at the front. going to be getting off a few blinds here. Got 2 blinds off. Riplant's having trouble beating Bramble, but he did it. Singe going back to full health with the communal regrowth. Anubis is going to fall here. He's giving the true damage to Riplance. Already getting some from his Omega, I think does a little bit of true damage. No, I think it does. I'm not sure. Anyway, it's doing crazy work here. Crazy work. Jotun on the Anubis side with a Fernite. I don't think it's enough, but I like it. Oh, Jotun's taken the heat from Riplance. Actually giving him a run for his money, stealing some attack speed. He's actually going to beat the Riplance. I didn't think that was even going to... Is it enough? Flood goes down. Jotun's not being aggroed now. He's under fire now. They've surrounded them. They've verdant strong, but it's not strong enough. We just learned that Jotun 1v1 hard counters Riplance. Oh my god, Bramble is mental. Oh, Bramble keeping him alive. There's no telling who's going to win this game. Like, put it down in the chat. Who do you think's going to win? Put it in the chat right now. Let's see if you're right. Teams, not quite a mirror, but it's similar vibes, that's for sure. I can't imagine Texan loses if his Riplance doesn't get focused down by the Jotun, though. Oh, Texan, I just got that. That's quite funny. I don't know if that's his intent, but that's quite funny. You reckon Jotun wins, Edge? BW thinks Texan. 12 points in the first few wins after that. Yep, Bombo. BW thinks Tex will place better. I don't know. I think it's a little bit coin flippy because they're both going to reposition. And who gets it right? Obviously, the plan is still to wrap around Riplance. That's obvious. But where do you put Jotun in to catch that? Jotun's also got the resistances to the first 10 seconds of combat. So as long as you hold off the Riplance for that, that made a big difference. You should be able to take it out, but it steals so much attack speed at the stage 3. So you got to be careful. He levels to 9 and puts in a Wink. Like, sure, Wink is not going to deal a lot of damage, but that charm. Oh, that charm is so good. He's got 14 seconds. Upping the tankiness of the Goliath. He also needs to protect the Bramble. I think Riplance or Bramble going down is just as bad as each other. Bramble's going. Jotun's on Goliath, but shredding through him pretty quickly. Jotun got charmed, which is not what you want. It's changing aggro. It's on what looks like the monk here right now. Taking it down. Rip Lance's onto the Jotun now. Full casting, but he's gone on the tank. He was on Lolura. He's lost his Bramble, though. Blazer Knight's on the board. Got full Wildfire. Gorilla's going down. Blazer Knight's getting chunked. Oh my god. Some chunks? Jesus. The Bramble's still in it, but not for long. And Texan is going to take first place in round 1. That was absolutely insane. So we've got Texan coming in first, picking up 8 points in round 1. Anubis with 7 points. Slicks with 6. Nefer with 5. Anon with 4 points. Whitey with 3. Urza with 2. And Brew Crew with 1 point. Brew Crew came last, then first, then last. So maybe Brew Crew is going to win this next game up ahead. So that's going to be crazy. Letting the players take a little bit of a break before they get back into it, but we are going to be going live very, very soon. It's really heating up, guys. It's anyone's game. Really is anyone's game. That was one of the closest matches I've ever seen. One of the closest matches here. Sorry, I was muted. I didn't realize. That was the first Verdant game I think we actually saw today. So really fun to see that. The top 2 players had Verdant. The next 3 had the Poison Scepter going for a Scion composition, but it did not work. 7th with Urza had Verdant as well, but he couldn't quite get it off the ground before he got taken down. Maybe the Arcos was slowing him down there. No one else ran the Arcos with the Bramble Cleaver. It was just Twine. And so I'm not sure how much that was helping him in his overall composition. Brew Crew, really unfortunate. Not sure what happened there. But he held it on to the very end. We saw how close it was. So there's that. And Whitey was going for some heavy water Scion thing, but couldn't quite pull it out. Just lost a bit too much HP. Probably getting a pretty good economy in place, but maybe some just really bad luck. Or some bad augments. I don't know. Yeah, I think Verdant more got nerfed in its early game dominance, I think, BW, where like the numbers were just so high that the heals pretty much dominate every other synergy hands down because you can't kill them with the lack of DPS in the early game. But the nerf really helped where the first kind of stage of Verdant is like, but like 3 Verdant and stuff like that is a lot stronger. And as the Illuvials get stronger, they actually benefit from Verdant a lot more. Glad you like it, Quants. G Hamster got it for me. Like ages ago. But yeah. They're just setting up now. They're almost ready to go. Got to redeem yourself, Urza? I like to hear that. Brew really needs to redeem himself. Oh. Came in here after you got knocked out. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. All right. They're jumping into it. They're running it. Let's go. Okay, so what we're looking at here is Texan needs 5th or better. Nefa needs like 1st or 2nd. Anon needs a 1st place. Slicks and Anubis need like a 3rd. Yeah, 3rd place basically. So we've got a lot of players going for that check status where they can try and win the game from there. Brew Crew did come last round, so really needs the 1st, and Urza needs to do really well as well. If Urza can't get into check, but if he can get top 4, I think he's in prime position for next round. And Brew really needs like a 1st or a 2nd, or he's in trouble. Don't forget that all the points do matter. Once someone has determined the winner, it goes to points to determine who wins 2nd, 3rd, and 4th prize. And because our prize pool is $2,000, the winner's like $1,200 or something, and I think 2nd is $600. No, that could be wrong. I haven't double-checked the numbers, but it's something like that. So a lot of money up for grabs for those with a lot of points. I like this 4 rogue. 4 rogue and a fighter. The Ranger's gonna get destroyed. Oh no, Ranger's gonna take out the Flish. Oh my god, Chuko's so cute. Sometimes I forget how adorable he is. Big Flish in the corner. Great, one of my favorite augments. Heal 200 and immune. Going hard for level 5, trying to cement that win streak right now for Nefer. The level up was worth it in the end. Nothing worse than killing your economy by leveling and then losing. Brukru, Anon, and Whitey are going to drop 2 straight. Let's see if they can come back. They really need to perform well here. You know what's getting that crazy glitch with the sound? Oh, Nefer is going to drop to Slicks. There's a really nice fight at comp. Slicks now sitting in first alongside Anubis. Going to kill that win streak for Nefer, which is really unfortunate. But he has a Scoriox PFP, so he should do pretty well here. Nefer really needs second or above to enter check. Doubling down on the rogue strategy. Going to work well in this particular case. Whitey's got his Scions yet again. He loves the Scions, but he still plays around it. He's got the Lynx on the board and a Grotto with some grit and resolve. That's one thing Whitey's really good at. He's really good at managing just how much tankiness he needs and what augments he needs to get to fill that role. You can't just put augments on your DPS. It is not going to win you the day in the end. Plus, Grit and Resolve was really good against other Scion teams. Placing them in the corner. Anyone know which Lynx it is? Is that the... It looks like it's the Arcane Lynx, right? Yeah. Yeah. Arcane Lynx is going to bode well for Scion comps this game. Good damage. That Ranger still in the way. And he's got the Flare in there for an extra bulwark. Revo dominating here. Gorilla doing well. Don't know if it's enough though. Revo and Gorilla swapping sides is pretty amusing though. Oh, not just enough. It kind of feels like Nefer doesn't know what he wants to do. He's trying to figure out what the game is giving him. Clearly it doesn't mind the rogue stuff. He just pulled off Predator, which is going to go a long way here. I don't want to say Predator is underrated, but it's pretty impactful. He's going to double down on Predator and make his Gorilla really powerful here. And give some better survivability to Revo. Six Rogue, 2 Pred, 3 Air. Really, really nice here, especially against a Scion comp like Anon. But we'll see how this plays out. Never mind. It's pretty confident there. If he didn't have Predator though, I don't think Nefer had that. So yeah, very helpful here. It never gives me Predator when I want it, but that's my own gripe. It's giving him another Gorilla and Chuko. Doesn't see any need for it, it seems. I guess his best player here is to try and continue the win streak. Lalura's pretty good against his team, but Urza didn't have any big pieces on the board. No Revo yet. Still no Revo from Urza. Oh no, Lalura and Revo on the board. It's worth noting that this recent patch 10 rank did get nerfed, so Revo is not quite as powerful. Taking out Lalura is tough. Big cast there, but it's not enough. The Predator is gonna eliminate this. Nefer is back in it. 2-win streak. Whitey back in first place, where he belongs. Oh, he's come to play. I like the Graviton Piercer, but not the best luck with augments right now for Nefer. Overall, it's okay. Visionary's good, but that augment really needed to be a little bit better. Stacking up a nice economy, though. You'll notice that all of these players go for that 70 gold at the first opportunity. Because without it, you're just so far behind. So much gold now. Could go level 7 if he wants. He's going 7 rogue on the board. I'm a fan of it. Penguin's coming out. You can start working towards the Chukundi now. I don't know if he sees it or cares. We can never understand the mind of the players. Penguin's going down early. Well, not early, but it's going down before taking out the Riptos, but looks like it was fine. Nefer's in second place now. Is that a Cookarath for Brew Crew? And a TB Ruko? No wonder this guy hasn't... No wonder Nefer hasn't seen a TB Ruko in his shop yet. Problem is, that's no enchanter yet. The Cookarath does have a Mega Power. That's crazy. It's gonna kill Nefer's win streak. favorite Alluvials, Cookeraf. I don't like Cooker that much. I think he looks too dopey. Cookerless is the same, but Cookeraf, oh, great chicken. Cookeraf fried chicken. That's the way to go. That is what you want to eat. Alright. The Minio is really good here, especially as he comes up against Whitey. Almost got the stabbing, or not stabbing, sorry. Almost got the slashing. Techno Leecher would be crazy, slowing down the game. I like it. I like it. He only has 3 air on the board. 4 air would have been a lot better. I mean, he has a lot of decisions to make in a small time frame. Like, I say this sort of stuff because I have the time to speak about it. But if I were playing, I definitely would have missed that. Like, swapping in the Volante for, like... Oh, you can't really. Because you'd have to sack Predator, and you don't want to do that. Firminio not doing too great. Messed around with the charm. Is it enough? Can he get to the back line? Avoided a lot of DPS just there, but he can't break through the ebb. Oh, Chukul's going to go down. He's surprisingly close. I think Slasher would have carried that, but he just doesn't quite have the right augments, I don't think. That late game Whitey comp is going to be strong. If he can't take it out now, I don't know if he's going to be able to do it later. Brew Crew and Urza really need a win. They can go for top 4. I think that's good. Double Penguin is very funny, but I love it. Funny in a good way. He's having a little trouble getting the slash in though. Like level 8 would make it a lot easier for him. He could wait it out. He has the HP to do so. And so sometimes you just got to make that fork in the road decision. It's going to make it harder for him to get gyro, but I don't think that's a big deal. And easier for him to get quinks, which he does need. We've seen a full rogues today, but they don't usually last out to the very last moment. With the exception of that major enchanter setup. Tiru is on the table. If he gets it, he can get Revenant off the board, which is really good against Whitey. He sacked a little bit of gold for this round. Oh, not necessarily, because he'll get the creep gold before the thing pushes through. Yep, there it is. 16 from the PvE. Probably another 15 or so on top. Oh, 12. Sorry, I think 12 it was. Oh. Lifestorm or Evasive Healing. Both fantastic here. I think Lifestorm's probably better. He kind of needs those heals. He gets the quinks. I don't know why he's not clicking it. Flix is also running some sort of Scion composition. They're keeping his rogues at bay for a very long time, and the Axon's taking enough heat. Don't think his team's going to push through. Gorilla has an in, so does Revo. It's not enough. He needs the Revenant or Slashing. I don't know how good Slashing is without Frost, though. Gets another Sylphid Blade if he doesn't miss it. That's something I would 100% miss. Nope, you got it. Didn't grab the Mjol. Sacking Predator for Revenant is a choice. I don't hate it. Gorilla and Chook will kind of fall off later on. But he's really committed to this rogue now. Oh, Brew Crew has Shock up. Shock, best synergy in the game, except maybe Berserker, but it's pretty damn good. Slash and great Augments doing such good work. He gets to heal on a kill and more attack speed. Imagine if that thing had Frost. He only needs stage 2 bear to get it. Oh, Tempest Lance on the board. Could give him Vanguard for the slashing, but doesn't seem like he's into it. His current weapon gives him Spore. So if he can get the Familiar, it'll work. But right now he's spending a lot of gold rolling at level 7 because he wants to get that Gyro. But I'm not sure he should really be committing to that. He's 1 away from the Familiar and getting Spore, which gives so much more survivability to that thing that it's actually pretty good against any Scion comp for sure. I'm just not convinced the Gyro is worth it, but we'll trust Nefer. Trust in Nefer, always. Oh, that Lynx does so much damage. That Lynx has done like 90% of this guy's damage at this point. It missed the slashing though. Oh, missed the slashing at the end. They're all kind of met augments. Or at least met for what he's currently building, let's say. Increased attack range I think is good. On slashing specifically, but he already has good augments on it. Maybe it works well on Gorilla. He's got the Null. Titan's read. I think they're on Titan Readout. And a Jokul. And Berserker. He's got Riplance. But like, when your team's built around blinds, what does it matter? And Null's unkillable. Anubis has a great Verdant comp running right now. Slashing's going down. He can't kill the tanks. That's the problem with rogues. They can't break tanks. Brew Crew hanging in there. Anon gonna come in 7th here. Came 5th before. 7th isn't good, but he's definitely still in with a chance. Ooh, got the Malura on the board. Bulky boy. That's what he needs. He needs that Vermilia so bad. He's just doing it. He's leveling up. Should come up now, surely. Gets a Dorito for the extra spore. It's really unlucky. Gets another Rhoda. Just needs one more. I feel so bad for Nefer right now. Next round, unless he wins this, he's going to have to choose between sacking the potential Gyro or the potential Vermilia. Probably the Gyro, but still unfortunate. He really needed that Vermilia for this round too. Ooh, they're all going to rotate. Fireox at the front. Quinks at the front for him. A Dorito at the back is going to redirect some beams, hopefully. Yes, it is redirecting the beam. He's going to lose the Adorido to the Goliath Omega, though. Octius is healing up a bit. They've got to take him out. It's almost gone. Slashin has not been targeted yet, which is exactly what he needs. Malura is just too good for Scions. Goes down, charms them all. Decent damage. He did add the attack range to slash him, which helps a lot. And Whitey still doesn't have a Sin Elf. With 3 Spore, he would win so much easier. He needs the Biogenetic. I don't know why he's forgotten about the Verdant team. Oh my god. Like, I could be wrong, but like, yeah. Still can't get the Vermi. Texan has a Verminio as well, so if he goes down here, it'll be added back into the pool, and he'll have much higher odds of getting himself a Vermi. It sounds like they're all taken up by other players. Nefer doesn't need to find it, he just needs to outlast them and it'll appear. A Dorito at the front to distract Kukaraf is not a bad play. It does get hyper against it. He's also holding a Revo, so he might be able to get a Gyro if he takes out Texan. Quinks is going to go down so fast. Opposing Quinks is gone. Kukaraf's down though, so I think it's game. Brew Crew now in the top 4. Anubis going to go down there as well. And he got it, sounds like. No, he didn't get it. Oh my god. How's that even possible at this point? Whitey's going to change to a clump, surely. There it is. Fireox bottom left. Quink's still at the front. Going to die so fast. Getting the blind off on the Bulwarks, but how impactful is that really? Revo, huge Omega. Not much damage, but hit a lot of things. Big Omega from the Verminio before it goes down here. Malura is just so tanky. And there's no Scoriox for Whitey yet. You know he relies on getting that Scoriox to really take it home. Brew Crew is going to go down to Slicks here. Unfortunate, put up a good fight. And now Vermilion comes up. The 10% odds, I'm not convinced Gyro is going to come, but that's all he really needs. Some more survivability to Adorido is really nice here, but that 3 Spore is not even as important as just giving Vermilion Spore. Like, that thing is going to heal so much against Scion Clumps. Oh, I managed to get Vermilion to wrap around quite nicely. Adorido taking a lot of punishment from Sinnoh, but it's not enough and he's healed up. It's over for Slicks. Hey Gabba Beast, how's it going, man? We're hosting the Illuvium Inferno 14. Currently, Nefer and Whitey are fighting it out to see who wins match 2, and then we'll go into match 3. And some players are in check, so they could take the grand prize. Otherwise, we're probably going to end it on round 4. But, I mean, like, probably is probably the wrong word, but you guys get the idea. Yeah, it's really good. It looks like Nefer's probably going to win. He's got a hard counter team to Whitey. So unless Whitey makes some drastic changes, he's a little bit stuck here. Whitey really needed the Scoriox. He's got 2 Firies on the bench. I don't know what his econ looked like, but I can't imagine it was amazing. Doesn't look like he was able to pull it off. Maybe he had great econ and he pulls it off now, but doesn't seem likely. He's got the Pierce on Slasher now. That's exactly what you want to see. That thing is going to shred. Managed to get Gyro. His team is so stacked. 4 stage 3s. 3 Spore. 6 Rogue. 2 Rev. 2 Vanguard. Oh, I completely forgot he got Vanguard from Allura. Big Charm on the tanks there. Big Gyro Omega. Familiar's gonna go down soon. Oh no, it's still good. I was looking at the wrong health bar. He did get the Scoriox. And it was enough. Nefer is actually going to go down exactly to 0 HP. He got the Scoriox right when he needed it most. And with the right augments, that thing is devastating. Unbelievable. Okay, so Nefer, Whitey is going to take out first on that match. Very, very close heat there. Okay. So what we have right now is Slicks and Nefer are both on 12 points. So if one of them wins this next game, it is game over and they take the trophy. After that, we've got Texan, Anubis, and Whitey all on 11 points. So they will all enter check after this game, no matter what. Anonymous, Brew Crew, and Urza are holding up the rear on 6, 6, and 3. Whereas Anonymous and Brew Crew need a third place position. Third place? Yes, need third place position to enter check. Urza can actually enter check with... No, he cannot enter check this round, but really does need to get top 4 at least so that he can go for it next round. Gonna be absolutely crazy, guys. Yeah, Brew Crew, you'll need to pull a first place in game 4 to prevent everyone else from winning. Good luck, I suppose. Oh. There's about a 70% chance we go to game 4. And there's a 10% chance that Brew Crew wins in game 4 and we go to 5. I don't know what compositions we'll see this time around, but they keep being different ones. But I have a feeling Scions will manage to make a return this game. I just have this feeling. All right, let's get into it. I really wanted to watch Slicks, but his thing like jumps a lot, so I don't think we can. Who haven't we watched much of? I think we can watch some Whitey for a bit. Alright, I'm going to the bathroom quickly, guys. Be back in just a second. BW says he doesn't want bathroom breaks. Yeah, well, you don't really want the alternative, trust me. Or at least I definitely don't. Oh, the fighter's doing serious damage. Nefer and Slicks currently down at the bottom of the leaderboard. Even though they're the two that are in check right now. Crazy. I love 4-fire. Early game 4-fire compositions are so much fun. Like, you can really feel the difference in damage overall. Like, it doesn't seem like much because it's 30% or whatever it is. But 30% on 4 individual alluvials, it's a big big difference. Plus, you need to consider the way that resistances are calculated too. Like, if you have 100 resistance, it's halved, right? So your 100 damage goes to 50. But then if you get like a 40% boost, your 140 damage goes down to 70. And so you actually go from 50 to 70, which is really like a big jump. Rather than 100 to 140. And you really, really feel it when you start piercing resistances too. With different augments and things. I love how Whitey's so obsessed with the Scion stuff. Like, I know he's a good player, but he really loves it. He's nothing if not consistent. Ooh, 3 Bulwark. I like it. Doing really well with his econ. Oh, that Grokko's going down so fast, but he gets the 5-man stun. Caradulo, big taunt there. In the end, I don't know if the 3 Bulwark was worth it. And non shredded through it. The Doka attacking like it's nobody's business. This is going to be interesting. Slick's now up in 4th. Nefer down the bottom. But he's been down the bottom many of these games in the past. I want to see where Whitey goes from here, because this is what I would call an unlucky start. And so you can tell a lot about how good a player is from where he takes this sort of position into the future. So I'm looking forward to this. Anubis also got a few fire. A lot of fighters. Grokko double stun. Caradulo slowly killing them with thorns. Big Omega here from Tanapi. Triple kill. Tanapi triple kill is the play. That is the play. The more I watch these different alluvials attack in different ways, the more I think a MOBA would actually be really fun. And you could even do like a Pokemon Unite style thing where like as your abilities evolve, you evolve the alluvial. So like in the MOBA, you start off with a Carablue. And then when you get your 3 abilities, you turn into a Caradulo. And then when you get your Omega, which is like a big shield or something, you get your Caradulox and you evolve your character and your stats and stuff increase. I think that would be a lot of fun. And Tatapi 3X is so good. Oh, baby, a triple, right? What's the meme? I love it. Ooh, big hit from the Flish. The ante is nice here. He gets the 2 Scion, but really they're not going to do enough damage unless he gets 3 or 4 on the board. Has enough eco to level up if he needs. Not necessarily just yet, but at some point. I think he's considering selling the Bastion so he can buy Emberling Wrong without sacrificing econ. You can definitely see his character law as temporary. I'm just surprised he's able to force composition so well and still have it work, which is something I've never been able to do, to put it lightly. Brew Crew's got the Cookalus on the board. Getting some really great air empath stuff going now. The big augment on the Rhoda is really amusing. Like, if that thing was a Revo, it'd make all the difference right now. Oh, big Omega from Flish, unfortunately. Still got a tier 0 weapon for Brew Crew. Not what you want if you're in Brew Crew's position. Remember, Slicks is going for the win here. Nefer as well, but doesn't look like it's panning out that great for Nefer specifically. Not yet, at least. Could come. Charm dragged out TNT, but I don't think it's going to matter. He does have Predator, and so Chukul could take out the TNT. Gonna get one more cast, but it's not enough. Oof, Urza playing well now. Urza playing well this game. Maybe he does make a big comeback. Really needs top 4 this game, that's for sure. See, the problem with Whitey's team is he's still holding on to those 2 Dokers. He really needs to either get some better fighters in there or fully transition to Scion. Neither of which is going to happen just yet, since he does need to level up. And he's going for it now. He's waiting for the money to come in so he can do it safely. He's picking up his dream team. He loves the Moth and he loves the Flare, especially since he always goes Scoriox. Hasn't found one yet, though. Anon has a really great fighter comp happening. Still undefeated. Also Texan. I think the Moth is going to do good work here, but it's hard to say what's going to happen. It's a big Relentless Lynx. Alright, he's completely sacking the fighters now. Only just missing out on the gold he needs. 4 fire is good. Really good for his scions. He has 4 scion now too. So his TNT should actually do a lot of damage with the combination. Oh, big damage from TNT, but is it... This thing's doing good damage now. Oh, the Techno Leecher wasn't enough. Rushing down level 8, which is something I did not expect. So, I think the idea is that level 8 is what he needs to find his Squiz, Alfie, and all the rest of it. And by going down level 8 really hard, he's allowing himself to try and get them before the other players. What's a little bit weird here is he has the flail at the back still with the ranger. It's going to get stuck and locked in there, but I guess that's maybe what he wants. Okay, so he came out with it with the mammoth. It's all good. Big meteors dropping now. Looks like he lost an Omega to one of those meteors. Big Omega from the moth there. Ooh, Nefer is going to take a big hit. Anon dropping down a little bit now. Texan still on the full win streak. Big lead here. The flail does give him the better water synergy, which is really helpful. He's got his fiery on the board. Mammoth getting full hyper from this enemy team here. Texans comp is hard Grokkos with insane fighters with insane augments. I really love it. And the flood at the back. Moth gonna go down to the links. He kind of needed one more cast. He's gonna get it. It missed though. Everything moved out of the way last second. Good beam from Alfie. But the next beam's going straight onto Flood. It's not going to be good. Texan's going to keep his win streak and keep on the 100 HP. Absolutely mental team from Texan. Back to 6 Scion. I think he's pretty desperate to get a Squiz, Alfie, or Fiery, but he's not having much luck. Alfie's there, but I don't know if he's able to grab it. He kind of needs to keep that Mammoth as well. I guess what's more important? Big damage from the Moth. It's good now. News to me, but it's good now. Slick's gonna get stomped by this Scion comp. It's looking like we're going to round 4 after this match. Anon did need a big placement here to try and get into check after this round. He might just get it. Squiz in the pocket, but again, it's all about those priorities. Thankfully, he's going to get some from the PvE round before the round ends. Ooh, gets the Fiery Ox now. Big granite. He's got our classic Whitey comp has finally just been formed. These are the 8 alluvials he can trust in at all times. With a flish on the back burner just in case he needs to swap one out. From here is where does Squiz fit? Does he need to go to level 9? Or does he sell the Caradulo after he gets Singe? Hard to say. Good damage on the Fernite. No, Fern, sorry. Alfie's going down to that Riptorus. Oh, and the Jotun as well. No, it's a Jokul, sorry. Insane heals from Fiery Ox, but I don't think it's enough. I don't know. They look pretty good, though. He lost, but it still looked pretty good. Slick's dropping another game. Relatively close besides Texan. Texan did drop a match, though. Anon with a really great team. He's got the big Relentless links now. No Fernite for the Templar. Not even building up to it. He's close to getting the big Riley. Very close to Rip Lance. Very close to Exalted Monkia. Anon's like a few rolls away from a pretty big team here. And he needs it. He's on 6 points, and so he needs at least a 3rd place. Oh, I can't believe Anon's team went down there. Fighters really should do pretty well against Scion, so that's really surprising to me. Still, good finisher there. Nefer won yet another round. Slicks won one as well. Nefer is not giving up. Brew Crew is going to get knocked out this round. Or we could see Nefer has very similar team, if not basically identical, besides him having the Singe and the Mammoth over the... Never mind, he just got it now, but very similar team here. Fariox at the back. He's even got the Sin Elf. Basically, Nefer has the same team, except he got a lot of his pieces a lot earlier. Octius included. And communal regrowth on the Goliath is going to make a really big difference. Whoever leverages the Granite here first is going to do a lot better. They both went for a very similar setup here. Nefer still has the shrimp. The flish, sorry. Communal regrowth coming in clutch. But Whitey's Goliath's just simply tankier. Better augments overall. Big Mammoth Omega. Octius only got one cast, I think. One Fire X went down, the other. It's a dead heat. Oh, the Octus is in. Double cast. Oh. I love it when a mirror kind of looks like that, where the last state of the board is like the same two alluvials battling it out almost. That was a crazy round there, but Nefer is back in it. No wonder Whitey's having so much trouble. Like, if Nefer got knocked out right now, Whitey would get everything just, like, straight off the bat. Getting the Flood in there, he really kind of needed it last round, but it's going to be helpful here. I like this box because the Flood's going to take some of the heat, but not straight away, which was not working for him someone a few rounds ago. Squiz is going to refund some energy on Omega. Really only helpful when he casts twice. I mean, doesn't cast twice. But, I mean, even on the twice cast, not bad. The Forest with some great augments. Big full board blind for Revo there. Not enough though. When you get in the thick of it, you get wrecked. Flood going down. Lolura putting in decent work. The stage ones for Whitey are just... they're too squishy. Forest doing good, but didn't have quite enough time to pull it off. And Urza got knocked out by someone else that round. Texan losing a little bit of his lead now. Probably still guaranteeing the top 4 with that early good start, though. Nefer on 1 HP. Don't know who took him out. Slick still in it, though. Everyone beating the PvE round. Love to see it. Big Mammoth now. He's got 5 sign on the board. Texan's got a full fighter comp with the Verdant and the Bramble Cleaver. Still hasn't been able to get his Rip Lance, though. Or Exalted Monkier. Anon and Texan are both fighting over the Verdant Berserker. Which is really interesting. And then Whitey and Nefer are fighting over the Scions. It's almost like, since Nefer might go first, Whitey's going to get a slight edge over Texan and Anon because they're both so close to each other. But at the same time, it doesn't really matter. That Verdant Cleaver comp is just so strong. I don't know if they're going to be able to stop it. Oh my god. Ooh, good damage from the Scions. He only has 5 though. He still doesn't have a Sin Elf. Oh, Whitey's almost gone. Nefer and Slicks both win this round. And there's the Sin Elf. Still, he has to sack so much to get the 6 Scion back. He would have to get rid of the Caradulos, yeah, for sure. And Non has the Riley now. Still missing 1 for the Riplance. Might be missing 2 now. Jokul. Still missing the Exalted Monkia. Texan and Anon are just fighting over it. Remember, Anon needs, I think, 3rd. So he's looking like he's going to get it. Slick's pretty close to win now. Could take it out. I'm not sure what team he has. Well, we can't really switch to him because his stream is kind of choppy. But we might have a look on the way through if Whitey gets knocked out. I think Whitey hasn't had issues with Anon before, though. So, should be okay. Oh. Now that's got a decent Omega. But he did get the Riplance this round. Great augments on it. Oh my god. It's healing a decent amount too. Like a little bit. It's still alive at 1 HP! Oh! And he's gonna knock out Whitey. Nefer and Slick's still in it. Slicks has the crazy anti-Scion comp. Not necessarily the one he needs because Whitey's gone, but Nefer still has the Scions. I'm going to watch this from Nefer's point of view. If Nefer wins, Slicks might not be gone. But if Slicks wins, Nefer's out. He's going to try and come back next game. Once you get to game 4, that's when the mental toll, just the energy starts to really come into it. A weird angle to look at it. Kukaraf's gone. Skyrox did well, got nuked. Oh, Slick's completely destroyed Nefer. Let's watch some Texan stream. Anon's going to secure his place for a potential win next round. But it all depends on this round, doesn't it? Six Fighter, 2 Berserker, 2 Bulwark, 3 Nature, 2 Verdant, 2 Air and Water. It's a good team. He's up against Slicks. Kugaraf's going down quick. Well, he's up against the Ghost of Slicks. Oh, Slicks' Familiar is insane. He's actually managing to kill Gnarl somehow with not even DPS Alluvials. I don't even know how he's doing this. That Forest got chunked by Vermilion. It's got huge Omega power, that's how. Slicks is now ahead of Texan. And no one's going to go down. If Slicks wins, it's game over. Texan wins. Basically, everyone except Urza and Brew Crew are in check. He's not close to the 3 Berserker from the weapon, though. He is really close to Phosphorus. I think Phosphorus cements this. Ooh, takes out the Grocko for the Firiox, maybe? He still has a Doker on the board. Can't sack that, he loses the fighter. He's got 5 seconds. Gazotep at the front. Slicks does have full Enchanter. And Exalted Grilla. Everything's exalted. Oh my god, that Nile. Tankiest Illuvial in the game, well, because of the healing. And it still goes down to the full rogue jump. Holy. Ripland's putting in really good work now. Going for the Gazotep, but it keeps blinding them. The blinds. Oh, and Slicks is going to take it for the win. Looks like Slicks is going to win the game there. That is not something I expected, but clearly he knows what he's doing. He's a very good player, and yeah, huge congrats. And so with that, with the final point standings, let's see if we have any tie breaks. It looks like we're good. We got Slicks in first, Texan with second. That's the second performance in that final game definitely secured that for him. So congrats there. Nefer in third with 17 points. So close to getting second there, I suppose. Doing really well in that last game. And Whitey, with that last performance being really good, did secure fourth place. So that last game meant a lot for all these 4 players. Anubis only just missing out on 14 points. Anonymous on 12. Really great performance there too. Brew Crew on 7 and Urza on 5 points in the end there. So huge congrats to you 4 guys. 2, Texan, 3, Nefer, 4, Whitey. G and G. I did not expect for it to end there. I thought for sure we got another round. But, like, just Texans team was... Slick's team was absolutely outrageous. Absolutely crazy. You love to see it. Okay. So, yeah, that's the end of the tournament. GG's, everyone. I hope you guys enjoyed watching. I hope you guys enjoyed playing as well. It was a lot of fun for me as well. I'll get prizes distributed sometime next week. I need a break right now. I'm exhausted. My voice is dead, and I'm very hungry, actually. But, yeah, that was a pleasure. I don't know. I wasn't really looking forward to the tournament today all that much. But once we got into it, I do love it. I do love commentating on it, having fun with it, doing all the admin stuff. I actually really enjoy it. It was a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to when we have spectator mode and stuff like that. I don't know if I'll do another one until then. Unless someone gives me a really big prize pool to mess around with, then maybe I will. But no, I'm looking forward to the future of esports in